Oh my God, it's Pamela. It's Pam from Crystal Love's channel. It's Pamela. Oh my God, I'm gonna be here telling SG how sorry I am for constantly harassing her. Another day, another dollar. Unbelievable. Another day, another dollar. It's pouring out. April showers brings May flowers. I didn't notice if anybody was live right now. But God, they are a bit out of their minds, aren't they? I mean, like for reals. Just a bit out of their minds. Hi, Dana. How you doing? Is it pouring out where you are? It's pouring here. Pouring. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Remember that song? Not raining where you are? Pouring out here. Big time. It's kind of like hot, cold, freezing, pouring. You know that weather. I need to look it up in Google. Google seems to be more informative, it seems. I don't know. Just in my opinion. But it's not bringing it right up, which is fucked up. Oh, there it is. All right, so recently there was an Uber Eats driver killed. Guys read about that? I have questions. I have questions. You guys heard of it, right? You guys heard about that happening, right? Now, here's something I'm a little confused about. If you were a member of this MS-13 gang, right? Is that what they're called? The MS-13 gang. And then you got out of jail for being, like it was, I think it was like assault and battery, right? Wasn't it? I just have a couple of questions. All right. So he was paroled. He was paroled in January. Okay. For assault. Is there people in here willing to chat about this recent murder in Florida? Because, I mean, I could sit here and I can talk to myself, but then I could just not. So I want to take a look into this recent murder of this Uber Eats driver in Florida. So, and I don't know everything. So maybe there's some big live stream going on right now and people are busy. Maybe I should hold it for another night because I think it's an interesting topic. And I got questions. What the fuck is gonna fucking, what's even the point of letting this guy out of jail? Not trying to be fucking any kind of way, but seriously, what was even the point of letting that guy out of jail? And when you get paroled, can you, I didn't know, excuse me, that you can move out of state. I didn't know that you can move out of state. You're on parole. You can move out of state. You can work in a bar. You're in jail for assault and you can be working as a bouncer in a strip club. I'll go back to that. No worries. I'll go back to that. Yeah, Dana, is it normal to fucking let people out, like move from the state? I thought you had to stay in the state. If you're in for assault as a bouncer, aren't you like possibly going to be like using physical force on people? You're around liquor, you're probably around drugs. I don't understand. That's parole. Disclaimer, I do not own all the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Use Act guidelines. It has been altered in speed, and it is being used for commentary, entertainment, educational purposes only. Here's one I thought was kind of interesting.
Yes, anybody should be able to go live whenever they want to.
Well, anybody can go live when they want to. Anybody can.
Her out of shop a couple times, but she didn't pay the whole amount. I paid half of it. In 1 second. Narc means snitch on the streets, but it apparently means narcissist or some bullshit on YouTube. I had to learn that. You fucked up.
That's funny.
You fucked up. Well, the reason Pop said you was using racist word towards Byron is because Pop was hurt with how you handled the situation with William. Well, he can get over it. William is my new best friend. I cannot help but William replaced secular.
There's a reason why I'm playing this. I find it very interesting, something that came up in this.
I would not help but notice Jeremy going live while SG was on. I could not. Oops. Her out of shop a couple times, but she didn't pay the whole amount. I paid half of it. And then one time, it seems like somebody else may have pitched in. So she helped me.
Gotta go back.
She was on. I could not. Oops. Okay, so Jules giving me free stuff. Let's.
Jules. Jersey with Jules. Let's hear a little bit about Jersey with Jules.
Let's see here. What all Jules gave me. Jules gave me an Ipsy bag with some lip gloss in it.
Now remember, Jules takes donations for her nonprofit organization, but she sometimes, I guess, uses those donations for things like this.
And maybe like 2 other makeup items. She gave me some makeup items with the bag, okay? She helped me out with some Cash App before when I had pain management, okay? She helped me get my
Now, you may think all of this is of no harm to anybody, right? Just, you got to keep listening.
Shop a couple times, but she didn't pay the whole amount. I paid half of it. And then one time, it seems like somebody else may have pitched in. So she helped me, yeah. I'm not going to deny the fact that she helped me. But
you'll hear the reason why in a little bit.
But she didn't have to just throw me to the wolves. She didn't have to keep helping me either. We could have. I still came back around in her chat after she told me no, but her demeanor was different when I came back. It's like she wanted to just give me money as long as she wanted me around. And when she was done with me, she was done with me. She didn't even want to be my friend no more. They were trying to build a coalition to bring the mighty Bobbles down. Bobbles ain't mighty.
Nobody was trying to build a coalition to bring anybody down.
Thomas, it wasn't even that bad. What Pac says empty is blown out by because shut up. Back up. You stupid.
She'll get back to that Jewel stuff in 1 second. Give it a minute.
You tripping. We ain't gonna talk about that on here. Especially with Stacey here. She wishes she could have some of our BBC. Don't you, Stacey? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You know it, fool. Anyways, can we talk about some intelligent stuff right now instead of stuff like this? Come on.
Yep, come back with it. Come back with the Jewel stuff. There's passion.
That's why I don't go live. You know. See, you just admitted it's you. One thing for sure is we know Stacey ain't on the Crizac. And how you gonna say you quit drinking? I seen your live yesterday where you said you quit drinking.
Somebody was trying to get her going, saying, "Oh, anybody notice that SG is mad at Sharon because Sharon went live right now? Sharon's in that room with Miss Passion during this live stream." So they were just trying to get shit started.
Okay, Stacey. But yet you said you still have one there. Okay. Just like before. Yeah, you a closet drinker. Know it. What up, my queen?
See, so how could she have been live? How could I have been mad on my live stream because she was live if Sharon's in there?
What it do? Stacey is ugly. Stacey's a man. I was checking your channel earlier, Sharon, and just seeing if you posted, and it said 9 hours ago. So
Sharon said, "Did you already cover Jules?" Okay.
Thought maybe you were just living life,
Good.
living it
I
up,
want
you
to hear
know?
it too.
Because there's more to life than YouTube. I just figured you were enjoying your Friday. Yeah, I was talking about Jules about 2-3 minutes ago. If you got anything you want to say, I can throw the link.
So they tried getting her going by saying that Sharon was live at the same time as me, and I was mad, and she like went with it, and now she's not even like see. So it was there. I wasn't mad at Sharon. She wasn't live. She was right there. I mean, come on, man.
Cal, apparently Pac has proof that Byron has.
Now, just because I'm saying that and pointing out what's the truth doesn't mean that Sharon and I are besties. Doesn't mean that. It doesn't even mean we talk. It doesn't mean that. It's just, it is what it is. What's happening here is what happened.
Okay, fetish in this. Puff cigars in the kick app. What? That you stupid. Jeez whiz. Want me to throw the link out, Sharon? You did a live and then a video right after. Oh, okay. I must have missed it. I've been just doing.
In a second, she'll get back to the Jules thing, and I find it really interesting and revealing.
Stuff around the house. I was stressing earlier because Byron's ride has gotten here late 2 days in a row. So, but I'll throw the link out if anybody wants to come up, though. Y'all ain't got to, though. I don't want to be pushy, but I'm just going to throw it out, though.
I thought she just said Jules helped her with her car repair.
Shut the fuck up, Stacy, Cindy. Nobody trying to hear all that. Nobody, baby. I have to hand it to you, Sharon. You're a hardworking entertainer. Man, she is. She funny. She is funny. I crack up laughing. I cannot help it. Sharon is so funny. Hawk has screenshots from Byron's phone where Hawk pretended to be a girl. And Byron was paying him to what the fuck? You stupid Thomas Pippins. Your name might as well be Mary Poppins. You dumb.
I don't know who that 2-pack is. I don't know.
Y'all just so silly. Stacy is at work. That's why she dressed up, dummy. You call that dressing up? It looked like to me you were trying to plan your own funeral with them clothes. Please. You actually paid for that stuff, and it was the ugliest green. That's like green.
I don't even know, man. She'll get back to the Jules thing in a minute.
The same green shade from the 70s. That's some funky ass shit. And like I said, it was in some motherfucking Ziploc bags that looked like they got used over and over and over. Are you sure that stuff didn't come out of the trash dumpster at your apartment, Stacy?
I don't know why they're also talking about why always people. I don't know.
What up, bestie? What up, my bestie guy friend?
I just don't.
Eating grits. Did I miss the JWJT? Yeah, you missed it because I just was speaking the facts, you know. But if you
Will.i.am has the. It looks like they have the same. I'll see if I recognize that avatar
want
somewhere.
to say anything, you are so welcome to say it, my queen. I don't need to buy real pearls. I could have had some pearls. Jean gave me some pearls because they were missing and I found them. They were misplaced. And we went to a jewelry dealer, got about $700 for them, and he split the money with me. So if I wanted real pearls, Jean could have gave me some. Fool. So get you some business. That's right, bestie.
That avatar looks familiar.
We gotta get us some bestie. That's another thing. Jules was supposed to have got me bestie poop emoji keychain thing, like she or necklace. She gets half and I get half, and she kept on putting that off too. And that told me right.
Jules is also tiny butterfly queen.
There, she was trying to part ways with me. She faked it. She faked the whole fucking friendship to get what she
right here is important.
Wanted. I think the reason why she fired me, so to speak, even though she never officially hired me, but
fired her.
The way she buttered me up and everything, I think the reason why she did is because she wanted me to go after Survivor Girl real hard, and I wasn't going after her hard enough. And I think that's why Jules thought, well, fuck, I done gave you all this money, this, and that.
Do you guys hear that? Do you know how that she was using donations from people?
Bessie, that's another thing. Jules was supposed to have got me Bessie poop emoji keychain thing, like she or necklace. She gets half and I get half, and she kept on putting that off too. And that told me right there she was trying to part ways with me.
She was using donations, in my opinion. It sounds like
She faked it. She faked the whole fucking friendship to get what she wanted. I think the reason why she fired me, so to speak, even though she never officially hired me,
see. Hi, Amy.
but the way she buttered me up and everything, I think the reason why she did is because she wanted me to go after Survivor Girl real hard, and I wasn't going after her hard enough. And I think that's why Jules thought, well, fuck, I done gave you all this money, this, and that, and you ain't going after her like I want you to.
It's not in my head what these people were doing, man.
So I guess she wanted me to be this big bully, and I don't have that in me. I'm sorry. Herb says Sharon loves pearl necklaces. What's up, WD-40? You love pearl necklaces?
I like how she answers this lady, Cindy or whatever. It's not Cindy Infinity.
Well, I'll get you one at Dollar Tree, Stacy. Okay. Really and truly, you're not worth Dollar Tree because it still went up to $1.
She's that's funny. That's funny.
And a quarter everywhere. Sharing that big space. I'll open the door.
Secular is so gross, man. Talking about glory holes.
Say what? That big space where the knob was on the door where you stay reminds me of Glory Holes at the Peep Show.
Secular is gross.
Oh, okay, bet. All right. Not much, just chilling. I wasn't going to do this live, but I went through with it. I don't know where the hell they're getting that from.
So that's pretty fucked up to know that somebody was using funds from their outreach program, supposedly their nonprofit, supposedly, to harass somebody, paying people to. See what this other stupid bitch is saying.
Anyway, hi Mark. Yeah, so I just returned from dinner, and as I said, I saw the community page, and hi Trey.
So they didn't even know what had happened to Bobbles, right? They didn't even know what had happened to Bobbles. No clue, didn't know what was going on, nothing at all.
And it was quite disturbing to say the least. And we're all wishing you well.
She didn't even know what the fuck had happened. Makes a video, a live stream, immediately. Immediately blaming me.
I don't know exactly what the circumstances are, but as I said, she, was in the hospital, and I was not. Actually, I had a live going. I didn't even know she had a live going until um, a lot of my friends here had said she was
Thought you just said that you were at dinner.
gone, and there was some uh, bullying going on.
There was no bullying going on. I was playing my own live stream about blue people.
Hi, Janelle.
How come nobody is blaming Cindy Infinity? She had a live stream going off on Bobbles that night. That's where Bobbles was.
And we had talked about it a little bit. I didn't realize the extent to it, and I didn't even get a notification that she was on.
How come nobody cares if any women who had breast cancer and had to have a mastectomy and then thought they were one-titted freaks and there was no call for them, no use for them? Maybe they took their own lives. Does anybody care about them?
I probably would not have gone on, but Pamela can be quite persistent. So I sure hope that she's feeling better soon. And
35 people, nobody can talk? Really? Wow, talk about mental abuse games.
again, I don't know all the details other than she has been hospitalized. And I think something led up to this. And it's extremely unfortunate.
Hi, Just John. Thank you. I appreciate you saying hello.
So I just wanted to get on and send her some well wishes and some prayer. Hi, Tina.
Mark Kessler claims he's with her. Hi, Far. I'm still with her. She is staying the night. Oh, he's talking about his friend, I guess. Oh, okay. Not Bob. My bad.
Elaine.
It's actually madness at this point. Why was it madness? I don't even understand this shit, man. I didn't do anything to this fucking woman, man.
I'm sorry, I'm always drinking water in your ear. Yes, Stephanie Dawson.
Sure, it's water.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stephanie Dawson.
You don't wish what on anyone, Janelle's life? What is it you don't wish on anyone? Nobody did anything to Bobbles.
I was quite taken aback when no, I don't understand the hatred, which that's what it comes down to, is hatred. And
But she
during
never
this
mentions
whole
Cindy Infinity's live stream. Neither does fucking Prudently. Prudently was there. I don't understand. I don't understand why they think they're going to get away with constantly trying to make me look like some kind of a monster. Try again, motherfuckers.
week, this holy time, it's beyond comprehensible. Do any of you guys have any thoughts about it? Again, I don't know.
No, because nobody knew anything of what happened. You guys are just trying to run with it. Aw, hi Rhonda. Oh, you're so lucky. That sounds awesome.
The details, and I don't even have to know all the details, but I just I was very taken aback, as I said.
So you don't have to know all the details to blame me. Wow.
Oh, Amy, really?
No,
I don't
people
know.
weren't doing lives hating on the situation. Come on, man.
Who was live? Again, for some reason, I don't get notifications, and it's something I understand a lot of people are having trouble with on YouTube for some reason. I'm subbed, but I hope this doesn't over YouTube your people on YouTube. Again, I just know
Tina Lane, how come you didn't call and get her a well-being check when she said all that stuff? Aren't you supposed to be some kind of a doctor? Why didn't you get her a well-being check?
there was some issue last evening, and as I said, Pamela was on, and so we are unaware of exactly what went
Well, she was on Cindy Infinity. Cindy Infinity was ripping her a new one. Is that the issue you're talking about?
down, but apparently, I mean, maybe this isn't even related. I don't know, but apparently she was in tears. Hi, Trey. I might have already said hello to you. I sorry if
Gonna blame me. Let me guess. They're gonna blame me.
I did already. But life is fragile, Mark. Absolutely. And um,
Stephanie Dawson has the audacity to say, yes, I have thoughts. People need to lay off her. I'm really not happy with anyone at the moment, but we teach our kids to be kind, not to bully and all that. My daughter is kind and she doesn't bully. Stephanie, she didn't deserve any of that shit. So what on the actual heck are they doing? Stephanie, my daughter did not deserve to be harassed by Bobble. Now, I don't know what it is you are not understanding. I didn't harass Bobble's kid, okay? Trey did, who's also in that room. Travel girl Lou did. If they even harassed him, I, I feel they just kind of exposed a kid who, I don't know, whatever the case may be. It's neither here nor there to me. My daughter had been being harassed for years. Bobbles crossed the line, and I never even said her kid's name. She doesn't get to say I didn't say her kid's name, but she fucking doxes my kid, everything, lies, everything about her. Fucking no. Uh-uh. And I don't know why it's so hard for them to understand that. Why is it so hard for them to understand that Bobbles does not get to do what she does to other people and then have a bunch of fucking her crony bullies thinking they can just pretend that Bobbles didn't do all that stuff and keep acting like everything's okay? It isn't. She should never have done what she did. Not my problem. Well, it is my problem, but not my problem if she thinks she's coming back, going on harassing more people. It ain't happening.
Stephanie Dawson says, yes, I have thoughts. People need to lay off of her. I'm really not happy with anyone at this moment, but we teach our kids to be kind and not to bully and all of that. Well, yeah, right, right.
No, you don't. They don't.
I had posted a quote from Robin Williams, on Bobble's community page. And
Shut up.
I don't know if you guys
Bobbles is no
saw
Robin
it.
Williams. Trust and believe.
Sorry, I'm really tired, you guys. But I felt
Then fucking go to bed, bitch.
I really wanted to get on here and just connect.
Tina Marie goes, when someone breaks down and begs you to stop, you don't continue the evil behavior. Well, I was talking about blue people at the time. She went into Cindy's. It was in Cindy's live stream she was in. Don't try to blame it on me. She should have never done what she did to my kid. And her friends should never, ever, 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 ever have fucking harassed me and my kid and other people and their kids. They just shouldn't have done it. They shouldn't have done it. Yes, she said disgusting stuff about you, Just John.
Connect with you guys and share. But
I don't see any of them telling her she's doing this live stream for clicks and views and calling it Bobbles.
yeah, this is just really
Stephanie says, when is enough enough? Before it starts. That's when, Stephanie. Before it starts. Trey won't even fess up that she's the one, her and Traveler Girl Lou are the ones who fucking sought out Bobble's son's Facebook page. Stephanie goes, I'm so embarrassed that this is happening from grown adults. Why do you do it then, Stephanie? Oh, Aussie Amy goes, unfortunately, drama and nastiness gets people's clicks and views. Some people need the money to fund their addictions. Well, it is your buddy there, Crystal, that's making the video called Bobbles, and Bobbles did leave up her video pretending to be in a certain state kind of way. So I don't know what to tell you then, Aussie.
It's not good. It's not good. What was on the community page of Bobbles was, hey, this is Mr. Bobbles. I found Bobbles
You sure it was Mr. Bobbles?
unresponsive this
You ever
morning
think maybe she drank too much? Maybe that's why she was unresponsive? Maybe.
and called the ambulance. She is alive, and they are holding her in the hospital. I'll pass everyone's well wishes to her. And there were some, you know, oh, wait a second.
Steph said, FarQ says, Steph, you would think now is enough. Now is enough? Oh, you mean after my daughter and myself were threatened with physical violence, slandered, dragged through the mud? You think now is enough? Do you? Sure. She don't come back to YouTube. They go, it's crossed the line. Somebody is very hurt. It should stop now. No, 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 no. She crossed the line when she came at me in the first fucking place when I was fighting for my fucking life, okay? All right? She crossed the line focusing on another woman's vagina. She crossed the line saying another woman showers with her son. She crossed the line saying that baby's GoFundMe was fake. She crossed the line saying I didn't have cancer and it was a breast implant exploding. Okay? She crossed the line a long time ago. Other people matter. I know you want to pretend they don't, but they do. Okay, Lord Farquaad?
Yeah, so that's what it said. And whoops. And there were obviously many comments and a lot of concern. Diane and Elliot and just many people. And what I put on
Diana and Elliot what? Diana and Elliot what? Yes, she does. She has to think that other people value their kids too. And I didn't do anything to that woman. I didn't talk about her kid. She doesn't get to claim that I did and say just because she wasn't saying his name. I mean, shut the fuck up, man. Shut up, lady.
there was a quote, Robin Williams quote. It goes, everyone is fighting a battle, nothing about be kind, period.
Yeah, exactly. So why didn't you post that a long time ago, Crystal, huh? How come? Doesn't apply to other people? Just who you think it does?
Always, period. And it's true. We don't know what everybody's going through, and also everybody is fighting their own battle that we know nothing about. people can seem as joyful and happy on the outside, but we all have our stuff. And to be intentionally unkind. Now, I'm not talking about poking fun, but when someone's going
So when it's being done to others by them, it's poking fun.
through a hard time, visibly a hard
You mean like cancer?
time,
Visibly? You mean like calling somebody a one-titted freak?
as you guys all agree, it's just you can't comprehend.
How stupid you are? I see Amy goes, I just can't believe when I see people who I think are good people in the chats of the bullies. I'm like, what the fuck? Janelle's life says, and mental illness is not weak-minded. Then why did your friend call Annette nut through her whole fucking she's so broken video? But they keep ignoring her calling Annette nut through the whole thing. They keep ignoring it. They keep ignoring it. And every time they ignore it, I'm going to remind people. I'm going to remind people that Annette's name is not nut, okay? It is not nut. It is not nut, okay? It is not nut.
Care instructions for my Gatsby.
For beef, short for beefcake.
Mr. Henry Chicken.
It is not nut, okay? It is not nut, okay? Every time you think you're going to get away with talking about this video and how we should feel so horrible and we did horrible things, I'm going to play these bitches keep calling Annette nut. It ain't happening. It's just not. Sorry. You don't get away with it. It's the obvious. And you don't get to pretend. You don't get to fucking pretend. Calling her nut.
It just doesn't seem good enough. What's your question?
That is the most. No, Lori Don, she didn't want to make the video private. She wanted
All
to
of
make
it makes
money
me want
off
to
it.
fucking die. And she thinks she can call me a beluga whale with
A beluga whale that makes you want to die.
she looks like she's constantly getting squirted in one fucking eye. But do I put her down physically
Yeah, you just did. Yeah, you harassed my daughter nonstop.
all the time? No. I hate waking up in the morning and the fucking first thing I fucking think of is how fucking horrible, disgusting, and weird and all the fucking names.
What do you think you do to everybody else, Bobbles?
That fucking nut and fucking SG.
She wakes up and thinks of all the names that nut.
And no BS fucking call me and all the fucking judgments they placed upon me when I haven't been doing it to them.
Yes, you have. This video should not be up. You don't get to keep this up. And as long as it's up, I'm going to point out that you called Annette nut through the whole thing. While crying about people calling you names, you called Annette nut through the whole thing. They can pretend they don't hear it, but we do.
I'm trying everything I can fucking think of.
That is the fakest shit I've ever seen. I don't care what anybody says, man. She wants to say I was faking breast cancer, call my daughter a whore, say I gave her father herpes. Those are lies. Those are fucking lies. Mm-mm.
I'm tried, and they're fucking bringing up past shit.
It's not past shit. It's still going on. Your cronies are still running with shit. And it's not going to, it's just not okay.
I can't change the fucking past.
You shouldn't have done it. We want to know that the past isn't going to recur. You don't get to, yeah, you can change the past. You need to say, Annette is not a nut. I apologize about David's bra. SG's daughter never did any of that stuff I said. You know, it doesn't disappear. Yeah. It doesn't just disappear. No, and then you don't get to keep running with bullshit. And Trey, you're in there lying, acting like it wasn't you that dug up her son's shit on Facebook. You want to just keep letting you let me and my kid take responsibility. Nah, it ain't happening. It's just not.
How am I supposed to change the past?
I'm supposed to change the past. I don't know what to tell you. You shouldn't have done it. You should have been prepared. You should have been prepared for what the future would bring when you were fucking doing what you're doing. Too fucking bad then, ain't it?
I don't know how to change the past, but I was trying to change the future.
Who the fuck do you think you are? You know, trying to change the future for the worse for some people? Trying to destroy their fucking lives? The time they put into their education? A baby's fucking needed operation? Who the fuck do you think you are?
And I was doing a good thing, and now you got
No, you weren't. You've never, ever done a good thing.
great
my
crazy
opinion.
dumb fucking ass, fucking showing things on a bagel. But everybody knows that was there for the fucking bagel thing. That every time a
Shut up. That's another thing they want us to forget. The Omegle thing. Her husband was in a chat room with David's bra. Okay? The person doing David's bra does not go to Sharon's, but they go, well, they haven't been around lately. They haven't been around. But Munchie, Janice Dickinson, David's bra, all those particular, that same person, or if it's a conjoined effort, then it's a conjoined effort, whatever it is. But it was Mr. Babos saying that Annette and her son shower together. That's disgusting. This woman has allowed David's bra in there. What? Hidden blessings?
kid came on, I said Happy New Year's, and I clicked off.
Now we all know that's a lie. What do you mean, nor is SG? What? Whose child did I do that to? Nature. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Not innocent in life, but in this situation, yes, I am.
And she's showing it like I was doing something wrong with the kids, and I wasn't. I said Happy New Year's, and I clicked off, and everybody was there.
SG didn't even show the Omegle thing. That was somebody else who did.
That night, fucking,
But you did it.
like, fucking do that. But she's fucking like a little SD junior. I look.
They're there. So you think after them going after my kid and other people for a year? Really? She said it herself. I never said his name. And another thing is, she's talking about Cray Cray here, but she's got to call her SG Junior because it's always got to be about me. You know why? Because it's cancer bullying.
Love you guys, and I thank you for your support, but it's just so hard. I was trying my best, and it doesn't seem good enough.
I can't put something up if it's not there. But not for nothing, Nature's Owl. You think my daughter is anything like a man who steals young girls' underwear and a kid who puts animals in jars and dressed like Nazi? Are we comparing apples to oranges or what? Hi, Rainbow in the Dark. I mean, seriously. Hi, Chelsea. Are we comparing apples to oranges or what?
It just doesn't seem good enough. What's your question?
What's your question?
I try not to pay attention. I did watch Survivor in Netflix.
It's shocking Bobby Ramos is in there after Bobby Ramos had a fit about trivia.
I feel so down. And
How do you think other people felt, Bobbles?
I just don't want to be alive anymore.
That's not my
I felt
fault.
so much better when there was no drama, but they wouldn't let it go.
Yeah, people do let it go, Bobbles. What did I say about her son, Nature Owl? Are you trying to get me to talk about her son? What's her son's name, Nature Owl? You gonna dox her son to prove your point? Because we don't do it here. We don't say his name. You gonna dox her son to prove your point? What's his name? Nature Owl. You're the one bringing him up. Come on. I didn't go after her son. I went after her parenting. Serial killer, possible. Anti-Semite, do you think? You don't know his name? You know my daughter's name? Bet you do. I didn't say he was a serial killer. I said he has animals in jars, but that had already all been said. She went after my kid, personally. See, she's friends with the people that went after her kid. How come you don't think it's, you do understand, I just didn't want to be buddy-buddy with somebody who had no problem with Hitler. Why is that such a big deal for these people to get? I wasn't bullying her son. I just didn't want Babos forcing herself down my throat or attacking me if I just didn't want anything to do with her anymore. No, that's wrong. You're incorrect, Nature. Incorrect. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. Well, you must like Hitler, and you must think it's cool to put animals in jars.
They wouldn't let me go. Why can't they let me go?
'Cause that's why. She needs a doctor's note to come back. She doesn't get to have delusions and then blame them on other people.
Just want to be let go.
Well, then why does she want to come back? Why does she want to come back? She just wants to be let go. Why is she coming back? She just wants to be let go. Why is she coming back? I'm just somebody listening to a video doing commentary on it, Nature. Who do you think you are?
I'm a great actress? You think my tears are a great actress? Are you for real? You think I'm acting right now?
You think this person should come back to you too? I'm not doing what she does, Nature. Anybody will tell you that.
You really think I'm acting right now? Okay. I'm acting right now. You know who's. It's called Survivor Girl 2019, Harry. Go over to her room.
That's harassment on me. I'm not having that. I hadn't spoken about her. The last thing I knew, she came in my room, said she had removed the video with my personal information in it. Right after this video, it was still up. I believed her 2 days prior. No, I'm not, Nature. I believed her 2 days prior when she came in here and said it was removed. I was in the middle of playing her nipping it in the bud video. She came in, said she removed the video with my private information in it. Well, name, number. I went and checked. It wasn't there. So I said, okay, I'm good with that then. So for 2 days, I did not say anything about her, nothing. We did about blue people. Yeah, she doesn't need to put anybody else in a mental hospital, that's for sure. What if my daughter, what if Annette's son? I mean, come on, man. What if those two girls on Omegle? What if somebody who's had a mastectomy? Come on. I know exactly what happened. For 2 days, my videos were about blue people. Nothing to do with her. She put that video right back up. I didn't even know because I trusted her. Didn't even go check. No, no, that was before it. That was before it. That was before it, Nature. that happened prior to. She only had that. She didn't get to call me it through her own vid. Don't you understand? The damage is done. She did it. She don't get to come back now. I'm not going to be continued to be made a monster by this lying, manipulating bitch. Nobody else is. She's made us all try to look like monsters. Net, Just John. She don't get to. Sharon, everybody. She's disgusting. She'll wait till someone's birthday and fucking hurt them. Fuck her.
2019, Harry, you belong over there. Because they have no empathy for a fucking thing. So go over there. That's where you fucking belong.
Now, she didn't even know if I was watching this video or not. It's only 14 minutes in. And I was over on my live stream talking about blue people. But she's already got it set up. No empathy. See? Already putting in people's head. Well, she wouldn't be ignoring me if she treats me like anything. Nature. Sh- 14 minutes in. I didn't even know this video was going on. Didn't even know it. But she was already up there. See, so she didn't stick to not talking about me. I was doing commentary on my own video about blue people with Tommy Highway on it. I believed her when she said that video was down, but she put it right back up. Right back up, man. Whatever you say, Nature. I would have preferred she didn't give me any, because it was disgusting. Yes, I think you're right, though. She did choose her battle unwisely. She wasn't wise. She wasn't wise.
2019, go. Survivor Girl 2019. Harry, bye-bye.
See, I didn't know anything about this was going on.
Actress. Fucking actress. Fucking ask her how many rings are around my butthole exactly, because she knows.
See? And all I was doing was commentary on my own video.
She's fucking obsessed. What if I wasn't here? What would SG not if fucking have they'd have sick.
Well, we were already doing fucking commentary on. We had talked about blue people the night before and paranormal. No, I don't need it. Nature, you can't gaslight people into thinking that they do either.
Aired and that's it. That's all the fucking content SG would have. I mean, seriously. She's hurt, upset, pretty real time. Yes, I mean, I'm not fucking acting.
She didn't like that we weren't talking about her.
Hey, Melissa.
Yeah, I don't like the sexual talk about us either.
That.
Hidden Blessing. I
That's
mean, right?
Really...
I don't like that shit, man. Right? We don't like that.
Honestly, I am being dead serious when I say this. I don't want to live. I just want. I just want this. I want it to leave me alone.
But we were talking about blue people. I was doing commentary on my own video.
They won't leave me the fuck alone. I can ignore them.
Then why are you coming back?
Them, yes, but curiosity kills the cat. Like
so
the cat.
She just fucking admitted. Curiosity kills the cat. It's not safe for her to come back, in my opinion. In my humble opinion.
It really does. Have I been taking my meds? You said the other day. Yes, I've been. Hey, Marker, and hey, Wishy-Washy. I've been taking my meds. I just started back on them, but I have been taking my meds. It's just like, when everybody gets,
She just started back on them. See? She had a fucking video. Look, man, you guys. I mean, come on. Like, you can't do that. You can't go on and off your meds. You can't. You can't. You can't. Why is it pointless?
I remember
No, I'm not saying she needs a doctor's
talking to a
note. I'm
teacher
saying
about
she shouldn't come
science and
back at
I was so
all.
excited about that. And I mean, she
It
essentially
wasn't you
laughed
she
and
was
said
doing
that
it
wasn't
to.
something that I was going to do. It was a very tough experience.
She wasn't doing it to you. Right? I mean, come on now. But let's just take a good look at this. Let's just see. I mean, is there a problem here? We're just doing a deep dive. She said that it was international waters. You want it to be international waters? That's scary.
something that's, severe. I don't know how to, I'm trying to watch how I phrase stuff because I don't want to trigger anybody. Why did Trey get timed out? Who timed out Trey? Was it an accident? Timed out.
Her audio sucks.
500 million things in a day. You want to run a marathon.
Yeah, you feel so much better about yourself because you're not really in reality in a way. Everything is just more wonderful. You have these thoughts of grandeur. You can do a lot more. You're hyper.
See, I don't know anything about what she's talking about. Just like she don't know anything about what I'm talking about with cancer.
That, and then people go with it, and so it's it just it takes one person and then it just goes throughout the whole community, and the community is really toxic, and
The
I'm
community isn't really toxic. It's not international waters. There has to be the way to control behaviors of people. Otherwise, it's just chaos. That's scary. I'm sorry if that's not scary to you, but it's scary to people who don't want chaos. Okay? Nature owl, think about it. Nature owl. Do you like owls and nature? How many owls do you think are left? How long will it be before you don't even know and any owl that you see is just fucking computer generated or cloned and not even real? I mean, come on, man. And nature's gone. This isn't about me and Bobbles. It isn't. I'm not miserable. And I know I can't control everything. I can only control me. So I want to use social media to try to make a difference in things like nature and owls and animals and good things so people are safe. I don't want to give up and say it's international waters. I want to believe. I know I'm one person, but here we are. I don't need baubles. I need people, like, if you really love nature and owls, then like yourself, right? Because you have a passion for something that you would hate to see gone. And I can't focus on everything, but knowing sometimes if you're like around people who believe, then they encourage your passion in things and makes you know that you don't stand alone. I'm not nature. You want to know why? Let me ask you first. Will you answer my question first? Why did you pick your name? Do you love nature and owls? Is your name indicative of what you love? Well, let's just talk here because I want to know. Nature owl, I like the name. Okay. All right. So before, when I was starting to talk about the Uber, I'm going to be totally honest right now. And I know people are going to go, see, told you, but I'm being totally honest. I'm going to be totally honest right now. I was talking about the Uber Eats driver that was murdered. Wanted to know if it's normal for them to put somebody on parole, letting them out of Indiana, and if they have, like, we're in there for an assault charge, which is kind of, a physically violent thing. Why let them be a bouncer in a strip joint? Like, nothing seemed right about the story. That's what I wanted to talk about, right? When I first went live tonight. But nobody would talk to me. Nobody would talk to me about it. So I knew if I clicked on Crystal Love. Clicked on Crystal Love, which made it go into a deep dive. Okay, well, let's see what was going on. Becomes a deep dive into commentary, which I can also do very well. I could pick Pablo's apart right now. I could, I could point out many reasons why people who've been attacked by her would be concerned, or the discrepancies of the doctor actually saying, here, you can go back to what you said made you feel this way. The fact that she was in Cindy Infinity's chat room that night after but my live stream wasn't about her. I'm tired of defending myself, but I have all the time in the world to do it because I value my integrity. But she's also partaking nature. We know that. Because you know what? At the end of the day, we all do like YouTube or whatever social media platform we use as a way to talk to people, have conversations at any time of the day, anywhere in the world. I don't think it is nature. Why? Why do you think it's hard to talk to me? It's even harder to talk to people when you're blocked everywhere you go. It really is. I watched a documentary about owls before, and the owl, man, they showed him swooping on like on a mouse, and none. Yes, I do tell the truth, nature. See? I do. What do you think I'm lying about? I can't produce things that aren't there. You guys, like, I mean, you'll have a clip of everything. Why not other things? I mean, like, come on, man. So Ollie deletes every single live stream she makes. I mean, I don't even understand this. Why do they want to find? I'm wondering that, but that's okay, Mandy. I don't know if she loves nature and owls that much. She might.
Mad at myself for the things that I did, but I've always said I don't fight fair. I've always said that. I don't. I'm not a fair fighter. I do stupid shit. And that's one of the reasons why I stopped taking my medication. I told people I'm gonna stop.
See? So my daughter and Annette's son, Sharon's mother, all have to suffer for that.
Stop taking my medication so I can be a complete bitch. Because I know off of my medications, I will do stupid shit. I will go, I will not think straight. I will not.
Now, all over the place, I'm being smeared as some kind of a fucking suicide troll. Because this woman did this.
I will do bad things if I'm off of my medication,
So she goes off of her medications on purpose to do it.
I think that was a bad thing to do, is to not take my medications.
But the damage is done now.
Medications are there to keep you level, keep you, normalized and
to have a healthy and happy life,
Yes. I'm supposed to, one reason I do take my meds is for my family, to keep me, to help them deal with me better,
Well, why you harass
Isn't
other
that
people's
crazy,
family?
Crystal? And hey, Crystal, I've been listening to you, girl. I haven't really been talking in anybody's chats though, but I've been there, Crystal. But
So she's been listening to Crystal. Right, but every day there's a new video made about me, nature.
you don't fight fair either. Especially
She's been saying she doesn't fight fair all this time.
when but I told everybody I was going to stop taking my meds so I can not fight fair. But when you have people that need to take their medicine, don't take it. They don't think straight and they don't.
But now it's on my fault.
They do the things that are off the wall and they,
But she knowingly did it herself, put herself in balance. But it's my fault.
Forgive me if I'm not. I'm trying to explain what it's
just
like.
Behavioral issues.
Yes,
it's normal. Like you're out of control. You're just,
it's. Like, yeah, you go on, the reason for medication is to normalize you and to put you level. Hey, Sophia, it's to normalize you, to help you,
What do you mean, not by bobbles?
think straight and to not have as many ups and downs and to help you rationalize things,
and prioritize, right?
Prioritize, to rationalize, to help you not wake up. Yeah, you're not on that roller coaster of
So what did she take? What did she do to try to take her own life?
Hey Thursday.
Hi, Thursday.
You know, when you're not on your meds, you're up and down, and you love your manias. Like a lot of people, you know, you don't like being on meds because you have what's called these manias, and you like the manias because with your on
This isn't fair to me or my daughter or anybody else. No, I'm still there, Focus. I shouldn't have found a shitload of more videos saying that I did this.
your manias, you feel great. You know, you're up, you feel
You do,
great.
yeah, you do things that you normally wouldn't do. Like you're like, do like 500 million things in a day. You want to run a marathon.
Yeah, you feel so much better about yourself because you're not
So why would I don't get that? If she's off her meds, she feels that way. If she isn't, she does. I don't know.
really in reality in a way. You know, everything is just more wonderful. You have these thoughts of grandeur.
But while she was gone, it was okay for them to all be posting that I was the cause of that. Her video being up. I don't care if it's been a month. Her video's still up blaming us.
You know, you can do a lot more. You're hyper. You know, you just feel so much better
How
when
come
you're
her
in your
friend Tina Elaine doesn't tell her that's terrible?
manias. But when you're not in your manias, you're so down, and that's that's when you know that's
She said she was back on her meds that night in her video. I don't understand. Are they good for her or not? What do you mean? Did she say what was?
the crap part.
Yeah, we
you
want to
know?
move on too.
And when you're on meds, they level out, so you don't have the ups and the downs, and so it's almost kind of like the meds almost make you boring.
Yeah, it
You
was
know?
in her community post. What do you mean, did she say it was? I just played the video for you.
Yeah, it keeps your emotions in check, and it's almost the crash is really bad, and so you're almost boring on medication.
Wow. So because she didn't want to be boring. Yeah, Bible said it.
Like life is boring in your head on medication, but you need to be like it's almost like
It's not fair that my daughter or anybody else went through what they went through with this woman. It's not fair.
Raising you was no better.
Meantime, she had the time to monetize it, though.
Go to 1-800-Flowers.com.
oh my gosh,
She monetized the shit, though.
but everybody's like, it is not everybody. I have more love than hate, but it's like this woman won't stop, and now she's got nut in this. And I'm sorry that I call her nut, but she's the
See? She can call her nut.
nut. Fuck, I'm a nut. But they won't stop, and then you've got them
No,
going
you wouldn't stop, Bobbles.
through 2017 bullshit. They're just nosy, and they won't stay out of my life.
Your friend Trey that's in that room and Traveler Girl, those are the ones who went in there.
They need material. Just ignore them. They will eventually have to move on. And anything they do, it's work against you. Don't discredit them. They will not.
You know what else her husband said in the post? Who gives better head? Me or somebody I love very dearly? He shouldn't have.
Thank you.
And then you know what? Baba laughed and said it wasn't him, it was her.
Would it be possible you should try it out?
She said my nickname for her when she was little was Little Pussy Farts. You think that's okay? You think that's okay?
Look at them channels again. Like I was doing so good. Hey, Draco. I was doing so good. Mr. Bubbles at work. I was doing so good.
What an idiot she is, man. A fake, a fraud. After that, absolutely. Absolutely. After she had her dead deceased relatives live stream and all the shit she did, absolutely. Going to douchebag. One, two. I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. You just want me to yell? No. I never hear me. I haven't muted for a hot second. Nice nose whistle right there. She had me muted for a hot second. She had just come up, but already had me muted. It's me too, Ginger. So this is what I was doing that night. This is what I was doing for absolutely nothing. Yep, absolutely. Hi, Nana. Hi, Adrian M. This is me doing commentary on my live stream from the night before. This is what I was doing the 2 nights that Bobbles is saying, they won't stop. They won't let me go. They won't leave me alone. So I was doing commentary on my video live stream the night before about the blue people. You'll hear when it goes into the Bobbles one. Cindy is the one who I was doing. She was up on my panel the night before, and then I was a dumpster diving trash. And you're right, what are you doing? Tristan.
I just got the kids to bed. We just dyed Easter eggs.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
She came up to show Easter eggs. What are you gonna cook a ham or something?
Yeah. Ham pie, kielbasa,
That sounds good.
The whole shebang.
Yeah, I like Sam cooks you send me too.
Okay. I'm new to do this on my phone.
We are farmers.
Look, I have an ad.
You could go to Grainger.com to find what you need. You could go to Grainger.com to find what you need.
Bobbles took accountability for what?
Need to get the job done. Grainger, supplies and solutions for every industry.
I usually do it on my laptop. So
I hate doing it on my
YouTube, and that was like a week or so ago, and it did not go well.
Oh, really?
I shut my whole phone down.
This is Cindy and Kennedy, you guys, by the way. Cindy and Kennedy.
I can't see the chat. I'm sorry, guys. Hi, how are you?
You know, I thought so too, Chelsea. That she was crying.
Hi.
You're on your phone. You just got to go to where it says "Tom." You're right, Ginger, about that. You are. So we weren't harassing Bobbles.
Have a nice vacation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not harassing Bobbles.
But I'm going to say something else to you. And then I'm going to get off. Okay. You have had other people in your corner for a very long time. And I understand you're mad right now.
But I wasn't mad. We were talking about blue people and Tommy Highway was up there. I'm okay. How are you? Now, did I sound mad in my live stream?
Okay.
I'm not mad.
No.
I'm not mad.
Just please listen. Please just listen to me.
See, I'm trying to tell her that I'm not mad. Wow. What do you mean that was SG that did that to you? I didn't do that to him. Now you need to fucking rethink yourself there. Gonna be fucking saying some fucking lie like that, man. Fuck you, nature owl.
Because I love you as the day is long.
Okay.
And we've had
Yeah, it was baffled.
our ish, okay, sometimes, right? But still, I respect you.
Thank you. I respect you too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The people that you have an ish with, you might have a slight ish with right now, they're not the evil people.
Okay, I don't know what you're doing, Cindy, but this was a positive live stream talking about
Yeah, I'm totally
aliens
being
and
positive.
paranormal.
So here's a
See? Wow, when I re-listen to shit, this is the night that supposedly happened with Bobbles. This is 3 weeks ago. And Bigfoot and stuff. And so I really don't know what is going on. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too, Kendra. I mean, really, did something happen? Are you doing okay? Like,
I'm fine.
I know your dad was sick. Are you okay?
Oh, I'm totally fine.
I mean, we were just talking about like.
I want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine, Cindy. No, I know, Kendra.
No. Then you know what? You don't have to answer any other thing.
I don't even know what is going on here. Honestly, God,
so
I do not even know.
It's interesting that when I start to bring up something that I really want to bring up that has to pertain to you and saying, I want to make sure you're okay. And then all of a sudden you freeze and you're like, oh shit, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine.
Can you guys like hear right, Just John? You guys like know, right? You guys remember this night, right? Look how confused I sound.
Fine.
No, nobody's. She goes, it's interesting how when I bring up something that I really wanted to say, I freeze. I freeze because I was confused. Did that happen? I mean, did that happen? Because I don't think it did. In my opinion, like I freeze, like stuttering, like because I'm like I don't understand. I asked if you believe in the paranormal. Honestly, I don't think that is what. And there was a guest up on the panel too, Tommy Highway. So it's like embarrassing to me. I mean, from what I saw, it seemed like I was, like actually it was even before that where it got kind of weird because
Veterans, whatever you're going through, don't wait. Reach out.
Me time is melt time. It's cheesy, so crispy, loaded with toppings.
Well,
No BS says, bottom line, she said that your enemies aren't evil while questioning your mental health. Yep.
there are stories about the fact that aliens are concerned about humanity because we are so erratic, we are so wasteful, and now we have nuclear weapons.
No, I was looking for a certain part right here. It's all right. I just, like that. What you can tell right here is where I get really confused right here. Hi, Chad boy. Welcome.
People differently.
Right. But I appreciate you,
And I watch these things happen, and then I watch you on your platform talk about these things that happen, okay? And I'm like, this is just not.
I just want to see where it gets into. Okay, Constantine, next way.
And that was so hurtful and hateful for me to see.
Trying to get me mad because I was in a good mood and we were talking about other things, things people need to rein in. It can't become international waters on the internet, Planet, whole other, whatever you call it, solar system. If they were using the same things we're using and putting all this stuff into the air, destroying the environment allegedly, right? Do you think that eventually we would just affect each other?
Well, there are stories about the fact that aliens are concerned about humanity because we are so erratic, we are so wasteful, and now we have nuclear weapons. What are we going to develop next?
So you can see that right, no BS. So you can see that oh really, Levi? Wow, interesting. That we were talking about total like a wide array. Hi, Agent Smith. A wide array of topics there, but not really drama.
Think about it this way. Imagine
conquering other places, just like how it did in the,
we kind of suck as a species, let's be honest.
Huh?
We kind of suck as a species. I mean,
we don't know what other species are.
That's true, but they're definitely coming here. I mean, there's no doubt.
No, but I'm just saying they could be worse. See, I'm trying, even still, with anything that's being said, trying to maintain a positive outlook. Because you said we kind of suck as a species. And I said, yes, but we don't know what the other species are like. I mean, if we stuck together as a species and our species is human, right? Then united we stand, divided we fall. We just have to make sure that we're aware of every, that's why it's good. It's all, why do you think like crime scene photographers, take pictures of the crime scene? It's why they look for hints. They look for clues to see what's going on here. What went wrong, in a lot of things. Okay. They research, Right, Agent Smith, but we were talking about like if say each planet is doing the same thing that we are all doing, or maybe not, maybe on. Hi, Lab Check. I appreciate you. I liked your comment you made. I pinned it. Another planet. They're respecting. Okay, Chelsea. Maybe they're respecting their planet and not depleting its resources, right? So they've got enough. They care. And then there's other planets that are greedy, and they want the resources that the other planets have. Food for Thanksgiving. Oh, we'll invite them to a dinner too. I'd like to think that everything we see. Awesome, Lab Chick. I think that's wonderful. Give up the year. We love you and we'll be here for you. I was talking to you there too. See? Telling you the same. Isn't it possible that it doesn't have to be the way people think it's been written, portrayed, in movies? If there's a
exceptional whiskeys that hit all the.
I'm trying to find where I was bullying on a live trolling Bobbles that night. Just reward, but we do know for sure that like sharing can make but the bottom line is it's the here and now that matters. Where was I bullying her? When the sun hits it.
I didn't know. I didn't need to know what stage you were in. It didn't matter. It did not matter.
Young kids that partake in the internet.
I didn't know. I didn't need to know what stage you were in. It didn't matter. It did not matter.
How does it not matter?
Ever. Okay.
Just get the $2.99 one, Hidden Blessings. I don't understand her.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah. Okay.
That's how much you Yeah. So, you know, this internet world is a really funny place sometimes where there are such stupid people. Okay. And
so now at that point, I was thinking she's one. I was trying to avoid drama.
They play on people's emotions.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought she was one when she immediately didn't bring the eggs in and said she was using her phone and she was gonna show us eggs. Thank you. And the other day, she had just put a community post up talking smack about me, which I knew, but I didn't know what she was gonna come up and talk about. I thought she was gonna be like, I don't know, kind. Entertaining or like I don't know, co-hosting.
They totally will take what you're going through and use that to their advantage.
We understand that, Agent Smith, but right here on this time, right? If they had a personal test, right? Think about it. Okay, Tanger, right? Think about it.
And that was so hurtful and hateful for me to see what was happening, you know, to you. Okay?
Right. But, you know, it's just like, I think even in life, people, now mind you, she just came in I don't know, I think it was, she did a live stream like 2 days before my birthday, talking about how I was saying that Mosaic deserved to lose her arm because she was a drug addict. I never said that. Never said that. And that she was arguing with me in there, you know? Bonnie the dinosaur is our savior and tester. Why not just say you don't know, Agent Smith? You know, yeah. But there's rules that apply in society, but we're actually just moving. I don't know why your son is being brought up, Traveler Girl Lou. Is that really you? Because I hope it is. Because I have nothing against you, Traveler Girl Lou. I watched what was being done to you, and anytime I tried to say to you, don't listen to them, I was blocked. Not by you, but I was blocked. Oh, okay, Agent Smith. Well, you don't need to. Okay, so did she send Traveler Girl Lou in my room then? Hold out on those for the info then. We do the testing. That's who Agent Smith. Anyway, I gotta talk to Traveler Girl right here. Okay. She said, "Hey, it's Lou. Listen, I don't know what to say or think anymore. I am super tired. Please, I'm exhausted. Now my son is being brought up. I don't know why. I'm just done with this whole scene. SG, hope your life is blessed." Because it's important that you know, Traveler Girl Lou. Thank you. Thank you for checking in. It's important that you know that nobody here ever hated you. We didn't like some of the things you were saying or letting people say, but we thought that it was really tragic that none of us could. See, so this is proof. I mean, when they're always saying, show the proof, Lou is going around everywhere saying how mean I was to her. I owe her all kinds of apologies. But this is 3 weeks ago, and I don't see it the same way she does. Convey to you how we felt, or even partake in your live streams. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Lou, you're so NetNet had uploaded a commentary that her and I had done, like a privately thing, like, I don't know, a week or two before, and uploaded it. I didn't know she had. But the commentary was on Bobbles saying that bunch of shit about Lou. And it was like to prove that Bobbles was, going through people's Facebook pages and talking about, saying she was going to harass their 12-year-old son. That's what she was saying. I didn't upload it. It was older. She hadn't put it up. I didn't know she put it up. I didn't know. Still here, right? I mean, it wasn't a bad commentary. It was more like Lou probably should have been a little put off by fucking Bobble saying that shit. Like that she was going to go after her 12-year-old kid or something. I don't know. That she got her kicked out. But you know that it was Bobbles who was saying that. Lou, you're still here, right? And I don't believe Bobble said your son got you kicked out of where you live. Would you like to come up on panel, Lou? Nobody's going to ambush you. Nobody else will come up if that's what you guys feel is an ambush. But you do know that that was an older live stream that Annette and I did commentary on to show it was Bobbles saying that she had looked at your son's Facebook from when he was 12. And is that what you really wanted her to do to you? If you were going to keep saying that she called your landlady at your trailer hood and got you kicked out. That's what Bobbles called it. It was Bobbles. The point of the commentary was to show that Bobbles was going through your Facebook months ago. And it had nothing to do with any of us. Because the bottom
Mine is, Lou, none of us ever did any of that stuff to you.
Avanade was our partner for change. And I think that's where they really shine, that human component.
This project and the platform itself really made.
Yeah, the whole, is it still up, Annette? It's sick fucking getting blamed. These people are sick, man. Yeah, it was commentary. Oh, okay, yep, it is. Okay, yep. I wonder if she told her to come in there and do that. So also, I see Amy. No, it was a 3-week-old. It was what we were doing in my live stream when Bobbles was saying we wouldn't leave her alone. We weren't even talking about her. So one day ago, Aussie Amy says, "OMFG, I just can't with you fake ass people with no morals and no integrity. Been talking about each other for weeks and weeks, saying the most abhorrent and disgusting things. Now you're back sucking up each other's asses." No, no. Nobody is sucking anybody's asses, Aussie. Thank God I am nothing like these people. Anyone who supports that behavior is just as disgusting. I do believe all of us were a little disgusted at Nitty that particular day that you're complaining about here. Thank God anyone who supports that behavior is just as disgusting. Flip-floppers aren't welcome on my channel. Unfucking believable. Can't wait for them to fall out again. Wow. And start fighting. Why can't you wait for people to fight? Yawn, so predictable. They're playing their supporters like a fiddle. I can't even watch the crap anymore. Sure. So Janelle's life, who, to me, Janelle's life is fairly new. I don't really know her. I don't have much experience with her. But she's like another Luna who's got to shove her nose in and start, you know? Janelle's life says, "I know, shaking my head. It's insane for sure. I'm definitely getting to see the full cycle firsthand for myself this time. I didn't want no drama. But definitely I can't support or be friends with anyone who is okay with SG and her antics." Aussie Amy, I agree 100%. And the things she's been saying about you are totally disgusting as well. She makes me sick to my stomach. Alley Cat, it's amazing the stupidity, evilness, and that these lowlifes give out. Anyone who's subscribed to them is just as bad. I always have your back. Now this is just like 7 hours ago. Trey, I will stop over there and listen for a few. Sometimes I laugh at how ridiculous the twists and turns go. Other times I run from my freaking life. I see Amy. Yeah, you definitely can't listen for long. It would drive you bonkers. The hypocrisy and twisting and turning is absolutely ridiculous and pathetic. I would tell people to run from there quick smart. She's one of the most skilled gaslighters and emotional manipulators I've ever seen on here. You guys know who that is? She can have someone tripping over their words, have them end up apologizing for stuff they shouldn't be apologizing for, and even totally fabricate shite right in front of them. And because they are typing and she is talking, she will always have the upper hand in any debate or conversation. It's always so disappointing to me that so many people were willing to just ignore her appalling treatment of others in the past just because she wasn't attacking them or their friends. It was very plain to see, up to 15 hours a night, almost 24/7, lol, what she was saying and doing to people. Yet still many people went there and supported her. I would love to know why. This is Izzy, if you couldn't tell. How were they able to pretend like she wasn't being a nasty, evil gunt to people? Mind you, I don't know this lady really. I mean, yes, she did donate to my GoFundMe, but what does that mean? What does that entail now for her? She hated me before she did, and hates me now. Oh well, I suppose now that she's having to spread her search for new targets a bit wider, it means that it's getting harder for folks to ignore. It's looking like she made a pact to lay off Sharon V. All right, we don't need pacts, okay? We don't need pacts or truces. We just stop. People just stop. Which means she's having to strategize her next emotional manipulations to find her next target and make it look like she has a credible reason to start bullying them. She's unbelievably skilled at these tactics. Do you hear how you sound, Izzy? Do I work for the CIA or something? I mean, what is she talking about? What the fuck is she talking about? I'm skilled in tactics. Just, I haven't been over to Sharon's. I haven't looked. I thought she was struck. When she was here, she was just as grossed out by Nitty's videos as we are. It wasn't no bestie thing or anything. I haven't spoken to her since then. Not that I spoke to her before. She sent the video that Mosaic deleted. I mean, come on now. What the fuck? Let's see. It's looking like she's made a pact. That's so corny. A pact. Well, that's right. Unbelievably skilled at these tactics. Okay. That's another reason why she unblocks certain people and allows them to comment in her lives. It gives her material to work with under the false pretense that she always lets people comment. I do believe I say I give some people enough rope to hang themselves, right? What's her gig here? Oh no, if she doesn't, because why are people like myself and Amy or Christine never allowed to comment? Well, people aren't allowed to comment if they come in and they're automatically fucking just douchebags. Do you come in like a douchebag? I'm inclined to believe it. Just saying. Moonchild said, I hope you aren't referring to me. I was in SG's earlier trying to make a point. It was a losing battle with all the trolls in there. See, Amy says, no, not you at all, Moon. I seen what you were doing. I mean, the ones who have channels and talk about each other disgustingly, and then they back up each other's asses. I would never make a post like that about you. Now, Trey says this. Now, remember what the poopy diapers thing was about, right? She says, Moonchild, I saw you over there, and you made me laugh with what you were saying. Something about them obsessing over poopy diapers, I think. Moonchild, who's supposed to be a mandated reporter, says, Hi, Trey. They were obsessing. LOL. I enjoyed messing with them. Trey says, they obsess about everything. LOL, it's ridiculous. What's Up said, there's a difference between calling someone out for their sick vileness versus being buddy-buddy. I don't know what he means by that. I see Amy's so ridiculous. Christine F goes, damn, can't deal with the flip-floppers. And don't you worry, I got the trolls and anyone else who comes in starting trouble. I see Amy says, I know, you've always got my back and I've always got yours. Where's Connie M? Why don't you care about your friend Connie M anymore? I'm sure there will always be troublemakers who don't want the truth out there. Aussie Amy is coming back with a vengeance. Same nice person, just not taking people's shit, especially bullies. Christina, I'm over the bullies. Stop going after people's children. They are not on YouTube. And by the way, we're not bullies either. Aussie Amy, exactly. Show proof that we're bullies. If you can't, shut your traps. Oh my God. That's pathetic. Corny. What's Up is like all up in her comments. Fucking, he's obsessed with me. Obsessed. He's obsessed. He's obsessed. The fuck? Are you kidding? I didn't even see this one. Oh my God. OMG. I didn't even see this one. Jesus. Oh my God. How the fuck? Oh my God. I see Amy. Oh my. She says, Net, you are an absolute joke. Please show proof where I've said anything about your son or Tracy's daughter. I'll be waiting. And I'll also be waiting for an apology. Stating the facts that you are bullies and harassing people isn't bullying. It's getting the truth out there. You are so delusional that it's not funny. That's okay. I'm happy to also expose you for the bully that you are too. Laughing at someone having a mental health breakdown is disgusting. Body shaming a disabled woman is disgusting. Well, okay. Well, then the doctors know and the medical records are part of the proof. Hi, Chelsea. So if you're going to say that we were doing something to somebody that was having a mental health breakdown or that she's disabled, we want to see the medical records to prove it. I could go into your parenting, but I'm not as low as you and your bestie Tracy. You see, you pleaded for people to leave you alone, yet you sit in Tracy's chat night after night, hour upon hour, bullying and harassing people. Oh, so wait a minute. So you heard Annette pleading for people to leave her alone, and yet you sat over there in Ollie's live streams talking smack. Live stream after live stream that are all deleted. All privated. Ollie deletes and privates all her shit. You want to say show you the proof where you're bullied? You better get your fucking friend Ollie then to bring up her fucking live streams. You sit in them plenty. So you think because she sits in my chat, you and other, you're being pathetic right now. Because here's the thing, bitch. You said that you had proof. You said you were going to be doing a live stream. You said, come on, everybody, come on. That's what you said. Come on now. Spend a good 14 hours on a live stream, Aussie Amy. Don't fucking really dedicate yourself. Really dedicate yourself. Don't just show clips and this and that, little clip videos. Really dedicate yourself like I do. Body shaming a disabled woman is disgusting, but you don't mind when it's happening to anybody else, right? Right, Aussie Amy? Have you thought about maybe stopping the bullying and then people won't talk about you? You need to stand back and have a good look at yourself, net. Here's another thing, Amy. You can't say you weren't around for this, that, and the other thing, and then talk like as if you know shit. What you know is you're a bully and you jumped right on that train because you're a fucking bully. Net, you are no victim in this. You are actually the bully. People speaking up against your appalling behavior isn't bullying. It's standing up for what's right. Now show proof or shut your trap. You're going to say that when you sat in live streams that you know were deleted already? That Ollie takes down every live stream she's in? You think your big bad self is going to tell Annette to shut her trap? You're a fucking douchebag. Also, please show me the proof where I bullied anyone. Well, there you go. There's 2 paragraphs. Everything that I write, I can prove and back up. Can you? Well, I believe we just did. Oh, here's Fifth Dimension, who didn't bother calling for Bobble. Says, I have related to you since the first time we connected. You see the truth and aren't afraid to speak it or stand up to insane claims and false accusation. We need your voice of reason back in this community, Amy. You are missed and loved by many. I try and remember you can rationalize with the irrationalize. Wait, with the irrational. They will just spin circles over and over. Bossy Amy. Thank you so much, Fifth. You know I've always had the utmost respect for you. Unfortunately, for Tracy and Annette, I'm very evidence-based. Man, we showed her evidence one time. It was a screenshot where she was fucking threatening random kids, her kids. Literally, her threatening random kids in my live stream. She said, show proof. We showed it. She never acknowledged it. Never acknowledged it. The video's still up. never acknowledged it. Rock solid proof. She said she never, when she came in my live stream, she said she never threatened Random and her kids. We showed the screenshot. Look at when Quick Vic tried to pretend that wasn't him in here, that it was a clone. These people are fucking crazy, man. They're crazy. Crazy. Ollie said, well, oh, what a coincidence. Well said, Amy. And 1,000,000% facts. Shut up, Ollie. Fucking biggest liar. Oh my God. They take it like literal every time I go. I don't even know these people. I don't know them literal. I mean, oh my God. And swears she has only said you ever look like her daughter, but she don't know you. Oh my God. So it means I know her? Know her? Like enough for her to say I've been like this my whole life and shit? If I said she looks like my daughter? Oh my God, BP. Oh my God. They can't prove it one bit. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. It's shocking. Shocking. Fucking shocking.
Kept going off saying it was an adult environment. So, oh, Phoebe wrote something, sweetheart. I love your kids. I had to come on. Crystal wrote something on the community. There's a couple of, what do they call it? Not picket fences, the chain links. Yeah, but I was getting kind of nosy, right? Keep it down. Shh. Not a word. I'm only on here
Oh
10
my
minutes.
God, this person is so weird.
Oh, naked and afraid. Mark's always talking about being naked. Oh, okay, watch. Mark, watch your show. You're not gonna, I don't have a lot to report. Right, it shows kids. Well, it was kind of simple. It was kind of a welfare check. It was kind of a welfare check. She looks like she might be on the welfares, according to,
Oh my God.
With the house. It's not a penthouse view, honey. It's no penthouse view. I don't know. What's up? I don't know. But I have my people in my room here, my roomies, and I'm sent out a notification. Crazy. After she was writing that, I didn't find it sincere, that community post. It's my Friday. I had to work overnight, so it's been a long couple of days.
Crystal Love.
Stephanie, get some rest. Joe Cocker, I like the Joe Cockers, feeling all right. Yeah. Tina Murray. Remember when he sang his, I'm not making fun of him, but remember when he used to sing his arms would kind of spaz out the room and say hi to you kids? I'm glad you're doing good, Kimbers. Kimbers, you're doing good. Oh, I see the Kimbers. I see the Kimbers. Stephanie Johnson, I just think
she's so crazy.
Me better than you. I don't want to, hurt anybody's feelings. I'm not out to do that. Oh, you like a surprise live stream? Okay, well, this is a real surprise. Good way to throw Crystal under the bus.
Yeah, oh, thanks. Thanks, Stephanie Dawson. The name on her channel, Stephanie Dawson would know over me. I think it is for a guy.
My God, this lady's a nut.
Stephanie Dawson, why is your head always in the gutter? That's my question. The question of the day. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, sweetheart, like a sister. Okay, now let me see. I checked out Relay for Life. My daughter helped put one on when she was in college. Oh, Simple, I love it. Yeah, what? That's really nice, Simple. That's very, everybody, it's a tongue twister. Oh, I keep saying hold on, kids, but ear miles, or I don't know what you call them.
So weird.
So many men who have gotten out of the same situations. Good for you. I'm gonna say Izzy. That wasn't it. Oh, Simple is saying that her daughter started a business last year after getting out of good lover, an abusive relationship. She hires women and men who have gotten out of the same situations. Many men who have gotten, and that would be D as in Dawson, S is in sexuality, and M is in Martha, the number 5. It's not cool, the multiple personality disorder. I keep telling everybody it's
She's fucking weird.
Hey, listen. According to some people, I can't spell either, but we've got the spell checks. It's a wonderful thing that Simple does, isn't it? Kimber's giving the thumbs up. Well, not really a thumbs up, but she's yeah, you're very proud of her.
What a
That's
nut.
not for everybody. Not everybody has that, that gift.
She's a nutcase, huh?
And I hear that. I'm sick of not. Oh, you didn't say sick. You said I'm tired. Now, are you a tire now? Are you part of a car now? Cynthia, is it something we could find somewhere? No, you don't want to share that. No, don't share that. That's not who I am. But it was awful. It was terrible. Kids, listen. Just listen to it after it's over. Don't get up that early to hear it. No, it was awful. No, simple. Look, would I lie to you? I wouldn't lie to you, hon.
My God, she's crazy.
It's terrible. Just listen to the repeat. It's a knee-jerk reaction.
Does she think she's funny or something?
They're checking the other channels. They're being snoopies. I don't see Munchie in here, but we got the what's ups, so that's good.
What's limp? Oh, she's giving a little hint there. What's up must be one of the munchies.
Did everybody have a good dinner? Is it dinner time in California?
Ugh. So pathetic.
Gotta fly out to California and pick her up, take her to lunch. You had chicken salad. You know what, Tina Marie? I like the chicken salad sandwiches, but I like the other is, oh boy, you know what? I'm gonna we've got this big thing coming up, right? I gotta go. I gotta get old. So maybe I didn't send out a notification because Crystal's asleep and I thought I'd get on here.
Oh my God, no wonder why. She's just nuts. Crazy lady.
I've heard out of for else. Yeah, what's up, good minds think? Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm telling you, that's it. Well, see, Amy, did you hear about Christine? Did you hear about the where's Carrie? Where's Carrie and H?
Carrie man?
Did you? Yeah, the Brownstone sample show.
They've been dancing with Mr. Brownstone.
Is this serious? It's gotta be. It's not a joke. Is she? Look.
Spit it out.
I'd give anything if I had never. BP.
BP. Oh, that explains
returns it and providing a written agreement that you were going to maintain your meds so that you do returns and provide. I don't believe this. This is great.
Oh, she's gonna read my community post. That's fine.
Who is she giving a doctor's note to? Her? What's going on? All right, I gotta read this. Oh, and I'm just gonna say B. Babbles, unless your doctor is going to provide written confirmation guaranteeing the safety of others.
Yeah, what's her problem with that? She don't like guaranteeing the safety of others?
On social medias upon your returns and providing.
You see, I don't think it's much to ask when dealing with people that are well aware of themselves.
My life was in a pretty tough spot. When you're in a day.
Like after a while, you realize that you need to be on medication. You know, you need to, you know.
Really, you can't be successful. You know, like how you can't be successful if your emotions are all over the place and you can't function.
Injun Joe. Now remember, everybody, he's the one who told the underage girl, allegedly, that night on New Year's, that her mother was allegedly sucking D in the bathroom. He says in this chat, I snort my meds straight to the noggin. Nice.
Normally, you know, like you can't really be successful at.
Cindy Lou Who has the look of a deer caught in the headlights, as always.
Well, you know, normal life, you know, if you're all over the place.
And it's kind of like it's very, yeah, you're functional on medication. You're very functional on medication, and you know, even though there is side effects to medications, a lot of them will make you tired. A lot of them, you know, will you know, you feel kind of, you know, groggy and zombie like. There is medications out there that, you know, you have to kind of you know, one a lot of people don't stay on their medications because they don't
like her
have a good relationship with their psychiatrist or therapist, and so they don't, you know, they don't really talk to their professional a lot because they don't tell them, you know, look, I'm feeling this way. Or
JDS says gabapentin is my friend. Red Pants says you can't sustain the success that mania creates. Okay. I understand that people get prescribed things. Myself, I'm not saying that I have never suffered from anything where I haven't thought, oh, maybe I should, you know, talk to somebody, right? But here's the thing. Now, I'm just telling you what happened with me. First of all, my sister had respiratory distress because she had, you know, rheumatoid arthritis. So she did have some physical pain. So it was giving like pain things. And then also suffered from migraines, you know, and just, you know, back then in 84, they prescribed things and didn't care about the respiratory distress, even though they had already done tests But I didn't know that then. I was 16, but they said that they didn't have the technology. The opioid crisis has, has increased. I myself, I know what it feels like to like have an anxiety attack and feel doomed, like just this impending doom where you just can't breathe. People go breathe in a paper bag, but it's just like different. Like it's hard to explain. You don't want to go out. You don't want to stay in. Like that David Bowie song. I don't want to go out. I don't want to stay in. Um, I read a short story in Chicken Soup for the Soul. That's what happened. I didn't realize at the time when I read it that it would resolve an issue for me. I'm not saying I've never gotten anxiety before or after. I'm saying anxiety after. I have, but definitely not like to where I think, oh, maybe I should, I don't know, medicate. But medication always seemed like a bubble, I don't like it. I might have tried like it once, like Klonopin or something, but mm-mm. I'm already lazy by nature. I don't need a bubble to be in. So, um, I read. I mean, I'll look and see if I can find it. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know why. I made a conscious effort. I make a conscious effort to remind me, remind myself of the story. If I can find it. I can't find it. Point was, it's all in how you see it. It's too fucking pain in the ass trying to search for stuff. Yeah, meth head and a drunk. You're right about that. That pretty much that pisses me off too. Not pisses me off, but it might piss me off. I'm just saying. A teacher in New York. Yeah, we'll just read. Fuck it. A teacher in New York decided to honor each of her seniors in high school by telling them the difference they each made, using a process developed by Helise Bridges of Del Mar, California. She called each student to the front of the class, one at a time. First, she told them how the student made a difference to her in the class. Then she presented each of them with a blue ribbon imprinted with gold letters, which read, "Who I am makes a difference." Afterwards, the teacher decided to do a class project to see what kind of impact recognition would have on a community. She gave each of the students 3 more ribbons and instructed them to go out and spread this acknowledgement ceremony. Then they were to follow up on the results, see who honored whom, and report back to the class in about a week. One of the boys in the class went to a junior executive in a nearby company and honored him for helping him with his career planning. He gave him a blue ribbon and put it on his shirt. Then he gave him 2 extra ribbons and said, "We're doing a class project on recognition, and we'd like you to go out, find somebody to honor, give them a blue ribbon, then give them the extra blue ribbon so they can acknowledge a third person to keep this acknowledgement ceremony going. Then please report back to me and tell me what happened." Later that day, the junior executive went in to see his boss, who had been noted, by the way, as being kind of grouchy fellow. He sat his boss down and he told him he deeply admired him for being a creative genius. The boss seemed very surprised. The junior executive asked him if he would accept the gift of the blue ribbon and would he give him permission to put it on him. His surprised boss said, "Well, sure." The junior executive took the blue ribbon and placed it right on his boss's jacket above his heart. As he gave him the last extra ribbon, he said, "Would you do me a favor? Would you take this extra ribbon and pass it on by honoring somebody else? The young boy who first gave me the ribbons is doing a project in school, and we want to keep this recognition ceremony going and find out how it affects people." That night, the boss came home to his 14-year-old son and sat him down. He said, "The most incredible thing happened to me today. I was in my office and one of the junior executives came in and told me he admired me and gave me a blue ribbon for being a creative genius. Imagine. He thinks I'm a creative genius. Then he put this blue ribbon that says, 'Who I am makes a difference' on my jacket above my heart. He gave me an extra ribbon and asked me to find somebody else to honor. As I was driving home tonight, I started thinking about whom I could honor with this ribbon, and I thought about you. I want to honor you. My days are really hectic, and when I come home, I don't pay a lot of attention to you. Sometimes I scream at you for not getting good enough grades in school and for your bedroom being a mess. But somehow, tonight I just wanted to sit here and, well, just let you know that you do make a difference to me. Besides your mother, you are the most important person in my life. You're a great kid and I love you." The startled boy started to sob and sob, and he couldn't stop crying. His whole body shook. He looked up at his father and said through his tears, I was planning on committing suicide tomorrow, Dad, because I didn't think you loved me. Now I don't need to. Wow, sorry, I didn't know where that was going. I just read it. Sorry. If that bothers anybody, I just started to read. Sorry. It seems I came across the whole book, so I was just going to read to you guys Chicken Soup for the Soul stories. If you want me to. Should I keep reading? The next story is called One Day at a Time. They're pretty short, unless you guys don't like it. Do you like it? Anybody? Come on. Let me know. Thank you, and blessings. This one's called One Day at a Time. It seems like I skipped something here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go. Okay. I'm just gonna go all the way up here. And just start reading. Is that okay? Spread love everywhere you go. First of all, in your own house. Give love to your children, to your wife, your husband, to a next door neighbor. Let no one ever come to you without leaving better and happier. Be the living expression of God's kindness. Kindness in your face. Hi, Assy Amy. Not Assy. You know what I'm saying. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm fine. I'm kind of glad I found this whole, book. Is kind of like, I don't know. Pleased. I'm pleased. Be the living expression of God's kindness. Kindness in your face, kindness in your eyes, kindness in your smile, kindness in your warm greeting. Damn, I keep tapping it by accident. A college professor had his sociology class go into the Baltimore slums to get case histories of 200 young boys. They were asked to write an evaluation of each boy's future. In every case, the students wrote, he hasn't got a chance. 25 years later, another sociology professor came across the earlier study. He had his students follow up on the project to see what happened to these boys. With the exception of 20 boys who had moved away or died, the students learned that 176 of the remaining 180 had achieved more than ordinary success as lawyers, doctors, and businessmen. The professor was astounded and decided to pursue the matter further. Fortunately, all the men were in the area, and he was able to ask each one, how do you account for your success? In each case, the reply came with feeling. There was a teacher. The teacher was still alive, so he sought her out and asked the old but still alert lady what magic formula she had used to pull these boys out of the slums into successful achievement. The teacher's eyes sparkled, and her lips broke into a gentle smile. It's really very simple, she said. I love those boys. The next story is all I remember. When my father spoke to me, he always began the conversation with, Have I told you today yet how much I adore you? The expression of love was reciprocated, and in his later years, as his life began to visibly ebb, we grew even closer, if that were possible. At 82, he was ready to die, and I was ready to let him go, so that his suffering would end. We laughed and cried and held hands and told each other of our love and agreed that it was time. I said, Dad, after you've gone, I want a sign from you that you're fine. He laughed at the absurdity of that. Dad didn't believe in reincarnation. I wasn't positive I did either. But I had had many experiences that convinced me I could get some signal from the other side. My father and I were so deeply connected, I felt his heart attack in my chest at the moment he died. Later, I mourned that the hospital, in their sterile wisdom, had not let me hold his hand as he slipped away. Day after day, I prayed to hear from him, but nothing happened. Night after night, I asked for a dream before I fell asleep, and yet 4 long months passed, and I heard and felt nothing but grief at his loss. Mother had died 5 years before of Alzheimer's, and though I had grown daughters of my own, I felt like a lost child. One day, while I was lying on a massage table in a dark, quiet room, waiting for my appointment, a wave of longing for my father swept over me. I began to wonder if I had been too demanding in asking for a sign from him. I noticed that my mind was in a hyper-acute state. I experienced an unfamiliar clarity in which I could have added long columns of figures in my head. I checked to make sure I was awake and not dreaming, and I saw that I was as far removed from a dreamy state as one could possibly be. Each thought I had was like a drop of water disturbing a still pond, and I marveled at the peacefulness of each passing moment. Then I thought, I've been trying to control the messages from the other side. I will stop that now. Suddenly, my mother's face appeared. My mother, as she had been before Alzheimer's disease had stripped her of her mind, her humanity, and 50 pounds. Her magnificent silver hair crowned her sweet face. She was so real, so close. I felt I could reach out and touch her. She looked as she had a dozen years ago, before the wasting away had begun. I even smelled the fragrance of joy, her favorite perfume. She seemed to be waiting and did not speak. I wondered how it could happen that I was thinking of my father and my mother appeared, and I felt a little guilty that I had not asked for her as well. I said, Oh, Mother, I'm so sorry that you had to suffer with that horrible disease. She tipped her head slightly to one side, as though to acknowledge what I had said about her suffering. Then she smiled, a beautiful smile, and said very distinctly, But all I remember is love. And she disappeared. I began to shiver in a room suddenly gone cold, and I knew in my bones that the love we give and receive is all that matters and all that is remembered. Suffering disappears. Love remains. Her words are the most important I have ever heard, and that moment is forever engraved on my heart. I have not yet seen or heard from my father, but I have no doubts that someday, when I least expect it, he will appear and say, "Have I told you yet today that I love you?" That was a nice one. What you guys think of that one? You guys still with me? Am I boring you? I know, some of you are just listening. Every once in a while, though, you know how I go, encouragement means everything, and even just one, hey, we'll keep this going. Do you like it? Is it good? I feel really blessed to have found this whole book just printed right out here, right on the computer for free. Well, thank you very much, Leslie. This is called Heart Song. Once upon a time, there was a great man who married the woman of his dreams. With their love, they created a little girl. She was a bright and cheerful little girl, and the great man loved her very much. When she was very little, he would pick her up, hum a tune, and dance with her around the room, and he would tell her, "I love you, little girl." When the little girl was growing up, the great man would hug her and tell her, "I love you, little girl." The little girl would pout and say, "I'm not a little girl anymore." Then the man would laugh and say, "But to me, you'll always be my little girl." The little girl who was not little anymore left her home and went into the world. As she learned more about herself, she learned more about the man. She saw that he truly was great and strong, for now she recognized his strengths. One of his strengths was his ability to express his love to his family. It didn't matter where she went in the world, the man would call her and say, "I love you, little girl." The day came when the little girl, who was not so little anymore, received a phone call. The great man was damaged. He had had a stroke. He couldn't talk anymore, and they weren't sure that he could understand the words spoken to him. He could no longer smile, laugh, walk, hug, dance, or tell the little girl, who was not little anymore, that he loved her. And so she went to the side of this great man. When she walked into the room and saw him, he looked small and not strong at all. He looked at her and tried to speak, but he could not. The little girl did the only thing she could do. She climbed up on the bed next to the great man. Tears ran down from both their faces, and she drew her arms around the useless shoulders of her father, her head on his chest. She thought of many things. She remembered the wonderful times they had together and how she'd always felt protected and cherished by the great man. She felt grief for the loss she was to endure, the words of love that had comforted her. And then she heard from within the man the beat of his heart, the heart where the music and the words had always lived. The heart beat on, steadily, unconcerned about the damage to the rest of the body. And while she rested there, the magic happened. She heard what she needed to hear. His heart beat out the words that his mouth could no longer say. "I love you, I love you, I love you." And she was comforted. That one was all right. Not so good as the rest of the whole part. Not that touching. Should I keep reading? The next story is called True Love. Moses Mendelssohn, the grandfather of the well-known German composer, was far from being handsome. Along with a rather short stature, he had a grotesque hunchback. One day he visited a merchant in Hamburg who had a lovely daughter named Frumpche. Moses fell hopelessly in love with her, but Frumpche was repulsed by his misshapen appearance. When it came time for him to leave, Moses gathered his courage and climbed the stairs to her room to take one last opportunity to speak with her. She was a vision of heavenly beauty, but caused him deep sadness by her refusal to look at him. After several attempts at conversation, Moses shyly asked, "Do you believe marriages are made in heaven?" "Yes," she answered, still looking at the floor. "And do you?" "Yes, I do," he replied. "You see, in heaven, at the birth of each boy, the Lord announces which girl he will marry. When I was born, my future bride was pointed out to me. Then the Lord added, 'But your wife will be humpbacked.' Right then and there, I called out, 'Oh Lord, a humpbacked woman would be a tragedy. Please, Lord, give me the hump and let her be beautiful.' Then Frumpy looked up into his eyes and was stirred by some deep memory. She reached out and gave her hand and later became his devoted wife." Well, that was kind of nice. I don't know if people are mad. Should I be doing commentary or keep reading this? I feel like, what do you guys think? Come on now. Give me a clue. Give me a clue. Hi, Kimberly. I was reading stories from Chicken Soup for the Soul. Want to hear one? This one's called The Hugging Judge. Don't bug me, hug me. Lee Shapiro is a retired judge. He's also one of the most genuinely loving people we know. At one point in his career, Lee realized that love is the greatest power there is. As a result, Lee became a hugger. He began offering everybody a hug. His colleagues dubbed him the Hugging Judge, as opposed to the Hanging Judge, we suppose. The bumper sticker on his car reads, "Don't bug me, hug me." About 6 years ago, Lee created what he calls his Hugger Kit. On the outside it reads, "A heart for a hug." The inside contains 30 little red embroidered hearts with stickers on the back. Lee will take out his Hugger Kit, go around to people, and offer them a little red heart in exchange for a hug. Lee has become so well known for this that he is often invited to keynote conferences and conventions. I don't know, this... Okay. Okay. At a conference in San Francisco, the local news media challenged him by saying, "It is easy to give out hugs here in the conference to people who self-selected to be here, but this would never work in the real world. They challenged Lee to give away some hugs on the streets of San Francisco. Followed by a television crew from the local news station, Lee went out onto the street. First, he approached a woman walking by. Hi, I'm Lee Shapiro, the hugging judge. I'm giving out these hearts in exchange for a hug. Sure, she replied. Too easy, challenged the local commentator. Lee looked around. He saw a meter maid who was being given a hard time by the owner of a BMW to whom she was giving a ticket. He marched up to her, camera crew in tow, and said, You look like you could use a hug. I'm the hugging judge, and I'm offering you one. She accepted. Good night, Kimberly. The television commentator threw down one final challenge. Look, here comes a bus. San Francisco bus drivers are the toughest, crabbiest, meanest people in the whole town. Let's see you get him to hug you. Lee took the challenge. As the bus pulled up to the curb, Lee said, Hi, I'm Lee Shapiro, the hugging judge. This has got to be one of the most stressful jobs in the whole world. I'm offering hugs to people today to lighten the load a little. Would you like one? The 6'2", 230-pound bus driver got out of his seat, stepped down, and said, Why not? Lee hugged him, gave him a heart, and waved goodbye as the bus pulled out. The TV crew was speechless. Finally, the commentator said, I have to admit, I'm very impressed. One day, Lee's friend, Nancy Johnston, showed up on his doorstep. Nancy is a professional clown, and she was wearing her clown costume, makeup and all. Lee, grab a bunch of your hugger kits and let's go out to the home for the disabled. When they arrived at the home, they started giving out balloon hats, hearts, and hugs to patients. Lee was uncomfortable. He had never before hugged people who were terminally ill, severely retarded, or quadriplegic. It was definitely a stretch, but after a while it became easier. With Nancy and Lee acquiring an entourage of doctors, nurses, and orderlies who followed them from ward to ward. After several hours, they entered the last ward. These were 34 of the worst cases Lee had seen in his life. The feeling was so grim, it took his heart away. But out of their commitment to share their love and to make a difference, Nancy and Lee started working their way around the room, followed by the entourage of medical staff, all of whom by now had hearts on their collars and balloon hats on their heads. Finally, Lee came to the last person, Leonard. Leonard was wearing a big white bib, which he was drooling on. Lee, looked at Leonard, dribbling onto his bib, and said, Let's go, Nancy. There's no way we can get through to this person. Nancy replied, Come on, Lee. He's a fellow human being too, isn't he? Then she placed a funny balloon hat on his head. Lee took one of the little red hearts and placed it on Leonard's bib. He took a deep breath, leaned down, and gave Leonard a hug. All of a sudden, Leonard began to squeal. Eee! Some of the other patients in the room began to clang things together. Lee turned to the staff for some sort of explanation, only to find that every nurse, doctor, and orderly was crying. Lee asked the head nurse, What's going on? Lee will never forget what she said. This is the first time in 23 years we've ever seen Leonard smile. How simple it is to make a difference in the lives of others. Dear Jack, I started out this day in a rather bleak mood. My friend Rosalind stopped over and asked me if I was giving hugs today. I just grumbled something. But then I began to think about hugs and everything during the week. I would look at the sheet you gave us on how to keep the seminar alive, and I would cringe when I got to the part about giving and getting hugs, because I couldn't imagine giving hugs to the people at work. Well, I decided to make it Hugs Day and started giving hugs to the customers who came to my counter. See, that would freak me out. A friend of ours was walking down a deserted Mexican beach at sunset. As he walked along, he began to see another man in the distance. As he grew nearer, he noticed that the local native kept leaning down, picking something up and throwing it out into the water. Time and again, he kept hurling things out into the water. As our friend approached even closer, he noticed that the man was picking up starfish that had been washed up on the beach, and one at a time he was throwing them back into the ocean. Our friend was puzzled. He approached the man and said, "Good evening, friend. I was wondering, what are you doing?" "I'm throwing these starfish back into the ocean. You see, it's low tide right now, and all of these starfish have been washed up onto the shore. If I don't throw them back into the sea, they'll die up here from lack of oxygen." "I understand," my friend replied, "but there must be thousands of starfish on this beach. You can't possibly get to all of them on time. There are simply too many. And don't you realize this is probably happening on hundreds of beaches, all up and down this coast? Can't you see that you can't possibly make a difference?" The local native smiled, bent down, picked up yet another starfish, and as he threw it back into the sea, he replied, "Made a difference to that one." Yeah, I like that story. It's a little different from drama and commentary, but hey, I like the short stories. What are you guys thinking? You like them? I think it's really a blessing that I found the whole book just like PDF, like right there, man. This one's called The Gift. In one seat, okay, it's a bus that was bumping along a back road in the south. In one seat, a wispy old man sat holding a bunch of fresh flowers. Across the aisle was a young girl whose eyes came back again and again to the man's flowers. The time came for the old man to get off. Impulsively, he thrust the flowers towards the girl. "I can see you love the flowers," he explained, "and I think my wife would like for you to have them. I'll tell her I gave them to you." The girl accepted the flowers, then watched the old man get off the bus and walk through the gate of a small cemetery. That's a quick one. This one's called A Brother Like That. Should I keep going? You guys like it? Is it all right? Your silence speaks volumes. A brother like that. A friend of mine named Paul received an automobile from his brother as a Christmas present. On Christmas Eve, when Paul came out of his office, a street urchin was walking around the shiny new car, admiring it. "Is this your car, mister?" he asked. Paul nodded. "My brother gave it to me for Christmas." The boy was astounded. "You mean your brother gave it to you and it didn't cost you anything?" Boy, I wish. He hesitated. Of course, Paul knew what he was going to wish for. He was going to wish he had a brother like that. But what the lad said jarred Paul all the way down to his heels. "I wish," the boy went on, "that I could be a brother like that." Paul looked at the boy in astonishment. Then, impulsively, he added, "Would you like to take a ride in my automobile?" "Oh, yeah, I'd love that." After a short ride, the boy turned and, with his eyes aglow, said, "Hey, would you mind driving in front of my house?" Paul smiled a little. He thought he knew what the lad wanted. He wanted to show his neighbors that he could ride home in a big car. But Paul was wrong again. "Will you stop where those 2 steps are?" the boy asked. He ran up the steps. Then, in a little while, Paul heard him coming back, but he was not coming fast. He was carrying a little crippled brother. He sat him down on the bottom step, then sort of squeezed up against him and pointed to the car. "There she is, buddy. Just like I told you upstairs. His brother gave it to him for Christmas, and it didn't cost him a cent. Someday I'm going to give you one just like it. Then you can see for yourself all the pretty things in the Christmas windows that I've been trying to tell you all about." Paul got out and lifted the lad to the front seat of his car. The shining-eyed older brother climbed in beside him, and the 3 of them began a memorable holiday ride. That Christmas Eve, Paul learned what Jesus meant when he said, "It is more blessed to give." This next one is on courage. "So you think I'm courageous?" she asked. "Yeah, I do. Perhaps I am, but that's because I've had some inspiring teachers. I'll tell you about one of them. Many, many years ago, when I worked as a volunteer at Stanford Hospital, I got to know a little girl named Liza, who was suffering from a rare and serious disease. Her only chance of recovery appeared to be a blood transfusion from her 5-year-old brother, who had miraculously survived the same disease and had developed the antibodies needed to combat the illness. The doctor explained the situation to her little brother and asked the boy if he would be willing to give his blood to his sister. I saw him hesitate for only a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, "Yeah, I'll do it, if it will save Liza." As the transfusion progressed, he lay in a bed next to his sister and smiled, as we all did, seeing the color returning to her cheeks. Then his face grew pale, and his smile faded. He looked up at the doctor and asked with a trembling voice, "Will I start to die right away?" Being young, the boy had misunderstood the doctor. He thought he was going to have to give her all his blood. Yes, I've learned courage, she added, because I've had inspiring teachers. Get it? So the little boy still was willing to give his blood to save his sister, even though he thought it was all his blood and he was going to die. But he wasn't going to die. He didn't die. You want the next story? Come on now. Alright, that's fine. I'll just read about Big Ed all to myself. I'll read about Big Ed all to myself. When I arrived in the city to present a seminar on tough-minded management, a small group of people took me to dinner to brief me on the people I would talk to the next day. The obvious leader of the group was Big Ed, a large burly man with a deep rumbling voice. At dinner, he informed me that he was a troubleshooter for a huge international organization. His job was to go into certain divisions or subsidiaries to terminate the employment of the executive in charge. Joe, he said, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow because all of the guys need to listen to a tough guy like you. They're going to find out that my style is the right one. He grinned and winked. I smiled. I knew the next day was going to be different from what he was anticipating. The next day, he sat impassively all through the seminar and left at the end without saying anything to me. 3 years later, I returned to that city to present another management seminar to approximately the same group. Excuse me. Big Ed was there again. At about 10 o'clock, he suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Joe, can I say something to these people? I grinned and said, sure, when anybody is as big as you are, Ed, he can say anything he wants. Big Ed went on to say, all of you guys know me, and some of you know what's happened to me. I want to share it, however, with all of you. Joe, I think you'll appreciate it by the time I finished. When I heard you suggest that each of us, in order to become really tough-minded, needed to learn to tell those closest to us that we really love them, I thought it was a bunch of sentimental garbage. I wondered what in the world that had to do with being tough. You had said toughness is like leather and hardness is like granite. That the tough mind is open, resilient, disciplined, and tenacious. But I couldn't see what love had to do with it. That night, as I sat across the living room from my wife, your words were still bugging me. What kind of courage would it take to tell my wife I loved her? Couldn't anybody do it? You had also said this should be in the daylight and not in the bedroom. I found myself clearing my throat and starting and then stopping. My wife looked up and asked me what I had said, and I answered, nothing. Then suddenly I got up, walked across the room, nervously pushed her newspaper aside and said, Alice, I love you. For a minute she looked startled. Then the tears came to her eyes, and she said softly, Ed, I love you too. But this is the first time in 25 years you've said it like that. We talked a while about how love, if there's enough of it, can dissolve all kinds of tensions, and suddenly I decided on the spur of the moment to call my oldest son in New York. We have never really communicated well, When I got him on the phone, I blurted out, "Son, you're liable to think I'm drunk, but I'm not. I just thought I'd call you and tell you I love you." My stomach. There was a pause at his end, and then I heard him say quietly, "Dad, I guess I've known that, but it's sure good to hear. I want you to know I love you too." We had a good chat, and then I called my youngest son in San Francisco. We had been closer. I told him the same thing, and this too led to a real fine talk like we've never had. As I lay in bed that night thinking, I realized that all the things you talked about that day, real management, nuts and bolts, took on extra meaning, and I could get a handle on how to apply them if I really understood and practiced tough-minded love. I began to read books on the subject. Sure enough, Joe, a lot of great people had a lot to say, and I began to realize the enormous practicality of applied love in my life, both at home and at work. As some of you guys here know, I really changed the way I work with people. I began to listen more and to really hear. I learned what it was like to try to get to know people's strengths rather than dwelling on their weaknesses. I began to discover the real pleasure of helping build their confidence. Maybe the most important thing of all was that I really began to understand that an excellent way to show love and respect for people was to expect them to use their strengths to meet objectives we had worked out together. Joe, this is my way of saying thanks. Incidentally, talk about practical. I'm now executive vice president of the company, and they call me a pivotal leader. Okay, you guys, now listen to this guy. It is nice to encourage people. Love and the cabbie. Want me to keep going, you guys? People can like listen back to this, and if they're ever like in the mood to hear Chicken Soup for the Soul. I didn't write it, just reading it. I was in New York the other day and rode with a friend of mine in a taxi. When we got out, my friend said to the driver, "Thank you for the ride. You did a superb job of driving." That's important. That's very important to do. The taxi driver was stunned for a second. Then he said, "Are you a wise guy or something?" No, no. I'm not putting you on. I admire the way you kept cool in heavy traffic." "Yeah," the driver said and drove off. "What was all that about?" I asked. "I'm trying to bring love back to New York," he said. "I believe it's the only thing that can save the city." How can one man save New York? It's not one man. I believe I have made that taxi driver's day. Suppose he has 20 fares. He's going to be nice to those 20 fares because someone was nice to him. See, so you know how they are always saying about me, she's mean to everybody, she's not nice to anybody, but they'll say things like, "I'm an alcoholic, I'm this, I'm that," all things that I'm not. I mean, come on now. And I've always been encouraging and kind to Mosaic Mama. She knows that, man. I mean, come on, man. Auntie Amy, come on. Luna, every time she goes in here, we're kind to her. These people know. They know. Their behavior is being discouraging. It's mean. It's slander. Fucking rotten is what it is. It's rotten. Rotten. But they won't break my stride. Let's keep going. Maybe he's going to be nice to those 20 fairs because someone was nice to him. That's what I feel like when I'm like being nice to somebody. I'll be like, maybe they're gonna be nice in time, in turn. But I don't know, man. It seems like this just never works that way. Those fairs, in turn, will be kinder to their employees, or shopkeepers, or waiters, or even their own families. Eventually, the goodwill could spread to at least 1,000 people. Now, that isn't bad, is it? But you're depending that taxi driver will pass your goodwill to others. I'm not depending on it, my friend said. I'm aware that the system isn't foolproof, so I might deal with 10 different people today. If out of 10 I can make 3 happy, then eventually I can indirectly influence the attitudes of 3,000 more. It sounds good on paper, I admitted, but I'm not sure it works in practice. Nothing is lost if it doesn't. It doesn't take any more of my time to tell that man he was doing a good job. Just like it doesn't take Mosaic Mama's any more of her time to call me a drunk for no reason. He neither received a larger tip nor a smaller tip. If it fell on deaf ears, so what? Tomorrow there will be another taxi driver I can try to make happy. You're some kind of nut, I said. That shows how cynical you have become. See? So it's them who are cynical when they're always saying she thinks she's some superhero, she thinks she's doing she thinks she's going to change the world. That shows how cynical you have become. I have made a study of this. The thing that seems to be lacking, besides money, of course, for our postal employees, is that no one tells people who work for the post office what a good job they're doing. But they're not doing a good job. They're not doing a good job because they feel no one cares if they do or not. Just like Maddie. Why shouldn't someone say a kind word to them? We were walking past a structure in the process of being built and past 5 workmen eating their lunch. My friend stopped. That's a magnificent job you men have done. It must be difficult and dangerous work. The workmen eyed my friend suspiciously. See, that's why people don't like good, like kind people and encouraging people, because they look at people like that suspiciously, because it's too rare that people try to encourage people. When will it be finished? June, a man grunted. Ah, that really is impressive. You must all be very proud. We walked away. I said to him, I haven't seen anyone like you since Man of La Mancha. Now, I don't know what Man of La Mancha is. Is that a play or a story or something? I don't know. I hear my stomach. When those men digest my words, they will feel better for it. Somehow, the city will benefit from their happiness. And Mosaic Mama, if you were honest with yourself, and you don't even need to speak it out loud, but if you were honest with yourself, you too, Tish, and others, you'd know I've always, always said kind, encouraging words to people. Just because people who don't, present themselves in the public eye will tell you they're blowing smoke up your ass, they're lying, they're saying this, they're saying that. No, don't believe it. Don't believe it. When people try to tell you people don't mean good things that they're saying about you, don't believe those people. That's just wrong. When those men digest my words, they will feel better for it. Somehow, the city will benefit from their happiness. But you can't do this all alone, I protested. You're just one man. The most important thing is not to get discouraged. Making people in the city become kind again is not an easy job. But if I can enlist other people in my campaign, you just winked at a very plain-looking woman, I said. Yes, I know, he replied. And if she's a school teacher, her class will be in for a fantastic day. Man, seriously. And these are adults. They know that encouragement goes a long way. They know encouragement goes a long way. Sick people when they try to discourage people. This is called a simple gesture. Everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace, a soul generated by love. Martin Luther King Jr. Mark was walking home from school one day when he noticed the boy ahead of him had tripped and dropped all of the books he was carrying, along with 2 sweaters, a baseball bat, a glove, and a small tape recorder. Mark knelt down and helped the boy pick up the scattered articles. Since they were going the same way, he helped to carry part of the burden. As they walked, Mark discovered the boy's name was Bill, that he loved video games, baseball, and history, and that he was having a lot of trouble with his other subjects, and that he had just broken up with his girlfriend. They arrived at Bill's home first, and Mark was invited in for a Coke and to watch some television. The afternoon passed pleasantly, with a few laughs and some shared small talk, and then Mark went home. They continued to see each other around school, had lunch together once or twice, then both graduated from junior high school. They ended up in the same high school, where they had brief contacts over the years. Finally, the long-awaited senior year came, and three weeks before graduation, Bill asked Mark if they could talk. Bill reminded him of the day years ago, when they had first met. Do you ever wonder why I was carrying so many things home that day? Asked Bill. You see, I cleaned out my locker because I didn't want to leave a mess for anyone else. I had stored away some of my mother's sleeping pills, and I was going home to commit blank. But after we spent some time together talking and laughing, I realized that if I had unalived myself, I would have missed that time and so many others that might follow. So you see, Mark, when you picked up my books that day, you did a lot more. You saved my life. Just never know what somebody's going through. Now, just because everybody didn't come on YouTube and say how they were feeling at weak moments doesn't mean they weren't. Bobbles comes on and says that, and everybody is like supposed to just think to themselves, man, we've all been skating through. And there's been nights Bobbles has sat there saying, and her husband, ain't no use for one-titted freaks. Smile at each other. Smile at your wife, smile at your husband, smile at your children, smile at each other. It doesn't matter who it is, and that will help you to grow up in greater love for each other. Mother Teresa. Many Americans are familiar with The Little Prince, a wonderful book by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. This is a whimsical and fabulous book and works as a children's story as well as a thought-provoking adult fable. Far fewer are aware of his other writings, novels, and short stories. Saint-Exupéry was a fighter pilot who fought against the Nazis and was killed in action. Really? I remember the book The Little Prince. That's the one with the cartoon drawings in it, right? Before World War II, he fought in the Spanish Civil War against the fascists. He wrote a fascinating story based on that experience entitled The Smile. It is this story which I'd like to share with you now. It isn't clear whether or not he meant this to be autobiographical, whatever, or fiction. I choose to believe it is the former. He said that he was captured by the enemy and thrown into a jail cell. He was sure that from the contemptuous looks and rough treatment he received from his jailers, he would be executed the next day. From here, I'll tell the story as I remember, in my own words. I was sure that I was to be killed. I became terribly nervous and distraught. I fumbled in my pockets to see if there were any cigarettes which had escaped their search. I found one, and because of my shaking hands, I could barely get it to my lips. But I had no matches. They had taken those. I looked through the bars at my jailer. He did not make eye contact with me. After all, one does not make eye contact with a thing, a corpse. I called out to him. Have you got a light, por favor? He looked at me, shrugged, came over, and lit my cigarette. As he came close and lit the match, his eyes inadvertently locked with mine. At that moment, I smiled. I don't know why I did that. Perhaps it was nervousness. Perhaps it was because when you get very close, one to another, it is very hard not to smile. In any case, I smiled. In that instant, it was as though a spark jumped across the gap between our two hearts, our two human souls. I know he didn't want to, but my smile leaped through the bars and generated a smile on his lips too. He lit my cigarette, but stayed near, looking at me directly in the eyes, and continued to smile. I kept smiling at him, now aware of him as a person and not just a jailer. And he looked at me, seemed to have his looking at me seemed to have a new dimension too. Do you have kids? He asked. Yes. Here. I took out my wallet and nervously fumbled for the pictures of my family. He too took out the pictures of his children and began to talk about his plans and hopes for them. My eyes filled with tears. I said that I feared I'd never see my family again, never have the chance to see them grow up. Tears came to his eyes too. Suddenly, without another word, he unlocked my cell and silently led me out of the jail, quietly, and by back roads, out of the town. There, at the edge of town, he released me, and without another word, he turned back toward the town. My life was saved by a smile. Yes, the smile. The unaffected, unplanned, natural connection between people. I tell this story in my work because I'd like people to consider that underneath all the layers we construct to protect ourselves, our dignity, our tithes, our degrees, our status, and our need to be seen in certain ways. Underneath all that remains the authentic, essential self. I'm not afraid to call it the soul. I really believe that if that part of you and that part of me, we could recognize each other, we wouldn't be enemies. We couldn't have hate or envy or fear. I sadly conclude that all those other layers, which we so carefully construct through our lives, distance and insulate us from truly contacting others. Saint Exupéry's story speaks of that magical moment when two souls recognize each other. I've had just a few moments like that. Falling in love is one example, and looking at a baby. Why do we smile when we see a baby? Perhaps it's because we see someone without all the defensive layers, someone whose smile for us we know to be fully genuine and without guile, and that baby soul inside of us smiles wistfully in recognition. You guys want any more? Well, I think Amy Graham. After flying all night from Washington, D.C., I was tired as I arrived at the Mile High Church in Denver to conduct 3 services and hold a workshop on prosperity consciousness. As I entered the church, Dr. Fred Voigt asked me, "Do you know about the Make-A-Wish Foundation?" "Yeah," I replied. "Well, Amy Graham has been diagnosed as having terminal leukemia. They gave her 3 days. Her dying wish was to attend your services." I was shocked. I felt the combination of elation, awe, and doubt. I couldn't believe it. I thought kids who were dying would want to go see Disneyland, meet Sylvester Stallone, Mr. T, or Arnold Schwarzenegger. Surely they wouldn't want to spend their final days listening to Mark Victor Hansen. Why would a kid with only a few days to live want to come hear a motivational speaker? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. "Here's Amy," Voight said, as he put her frail hand in mine. Before me stood a 17-year-old girl wearing a bright red and orange turban to cover her head, which was bald from all of the chemotherapy treatment. Her frail body was bent and weak. She said, "My 2 goals were to graduate from high school and to attend your sermon. My doctors didn't believe I could do either. They didn't think I'd have enough energy. I got discharged into my parents' care. This is my mom and dad." Tears welled in my eyes. I was choked up. My equilibrium was being shaken. I was totally moved. I cleared my throat, smiled, and said, "You and your folks are our guests. Thanks for wanting to come." We hugged, dabbed our eyes, and separated. I've attended many healing seminars in the United States, Canada, Malaysia, New Zealand, and Australia. I've watched the best healers at work, and I've studied, researched, listened, pondered, and questioned. What worked, why, and how. That Sunday afternoon, I held a seminar that Amy and her parents attended. The audience was packed to overflowing with over 1,000 attendees eager to learn, grow, and become more fully human. I humbly asked the audience if they wanted to learn a healing process that might serve them for life. From the stage, it appeared that everyone's hand was raised high in the air. They unanimously wanted to learn. I taught the audience how to vigorously rub their hands together, separate them by 2 inches, and feel the healing energy. Let's try that. Rub our hands together, right? Separate them by 2 inches. Feel the healing energy. Then I paired them off with a partner to feel the healing energy emanating from themselves to one another. I said, if you need a healing, accept one here and now. Five percent of us have it so dramatically pouring forth from our hands that we can make it our profession. This morning, I was introduced to Amy Graham, a 17-year-old whose final wish was to be at this seminar. I want to bring her up here and let you all send healing life force energy towards her. Perhaps we can help. She did not request it. I am just doing this spontaneously because it feels right. The audience chanted, yes, yes, yes. Amy's dad led her up onto the stage. She looked frail from all of the chemotherapy, too much bed rest, and an absolute lack of exercise. The doctors hadn't let her walk for the 2 weeks prior to the seminar. I had everyone warm up their hands and send her healing energy, after which they gave her a tearful standing ovation. 2 weeks later, she called to say that her doctor had discharged her after a total remission. 2 years later, she called to say she was married. I have learned never to underestimate the healing power we all have. It is always there to be used for the highest good. We just have to remember to use it. I'm not gonna lie, I do feel like on the flip side, you get demonic people and they try to do that for the opposite towards people. As much as they want to gaslight me and say I've said this and I've said that, trust and believe. As much as they want to say there's no proof, I've never shown, there's loads of proof. If anybody is new listening to this, trust me, the power of positive thinking is everything. Hi, Levi. Larry and Joanne were an ordinary couple. They lived in an ordinary house on an ordinary street. Like any other ordinary couple, They struggled to make ends meet. And to do the right things for their children. They were ordinary in yet another way. They had their squabbles. Much of their conversation concerned what was wrong in their marriage and who was to blame. Until one day, when a most extraordinary event took place. You know, Joanne, I've got a magic chest of drawers. Every time I open them, they're full of socks and underwear, Larry said. I want to thank you for filling them all these years. Joanne stared at her husband over the top of her glasses. What do you want, Larry? Nothing. I just want you to know I appreciate those magic drawers. This wasn't the first time Larry had done something odd, so Joanne pushed the incident out of her mind until a few days later. Joanne, thank you for recording so many correct check numbers in the ledger this month. You put down the right numbers 15 out of 16 times. That's a record. Disbelieving what she had heard, Joanne looked up from her mending. Larry, you're always complaining about my recording the wrong check numbers. Why stop now? No reason. I just wanted you to know I appreciate the effort you're making. Joanne shook her head and back to her mending. What's got into him? She mumbled to herself. Nevertheless, the next day when Joanne wrote a check at the grocery store, she glanced at her checkbook to confirm that she had put down the right check number. Why do I suddenly care about those dumb check numbers? She asked herself. She tried to disregard the incident, but Larry's strange behavior intensified. Joanne, that was a great dinner, she said one evening. He said one evening. I appreciate all your effort. Why, in the past 15 years, I bet you fixed over 14,000 meals for me and the kids. Then, gee, Joanne, the house looks spiffy. You really worked hard to get it looking so good. And then thanks, Joanne, for being you. I really enjoy your company. Joanne was growing worried. Were there sarcasm, the criticism? Where is it? Where is it? Her fears that something peculiar was happening to her husband were confirmed by 16-year-old Shelley, who complained, Dad's gone bonkers, Mom. He just told me I look nice. With all this makeup and these sloppy clothes, he still said it. That's not Dad, Mom. What's wrong with him? Whatever was wrong, Larry didn't get over it. Day in and day out, he continued focusing on the positive. Over the weeks, Joanne grew more accustomed to her mate's unusual behavior and occasionally even gave him a grudging thank you. She prided herself on taking it all in stride until one day, something so peculiar happened, she became completely discombobulated. I want you to take a break, Larry said. I'm going to do the dishes, so please take your hands off that frying pan and leave the kitchen. Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. Joanne's step was now a little lighter, her self-confidence higher, and once in a while she hummed. She didn't seem to have as many blue moods anymore. I rather like Larry's new behavior, she thought. That would be the end of the story, except one day, another most extraordinary event took place. This time, it was Joanne who spoke. Larry, she said, I want to thank you for going to work and providing for us all these years. I don't think I've ever told you how much I appreciate it. Larry has never revealed a reason for his dramatic change of behavior, no matter how hard Joanne had pushed for an answer. And so it will likely remain one of life's mysteries, but it's one I am thankful to live with. You see, I am Joanne.
You can be confident choosing Farmers Insurance. There's no need to knock on.
Um, let me just check the comment that just went by. Tina says she rarely goes anywhere on YouTube except to listen to Pamela because she bubbles, because I don't know what the situation is. But that's not weakness. And someone was saying that it was. Several people
Hi,
were saying that
Levi.
it was.
Can
So
you
you
hear
said that
me?
there were some
Hi, Levi.
lives going on tonight. Stephanie Dawson says, I'm not saying they need to be friends, but it is that hard. Yeah, you don't have to be friends. This is far. Not everyone likes each other. It's not much to be respectful. I ask myself most times how I earned the right to say or do. Yep,
But they're never respectful to anybody else.
this is going on, Dan. Is hospitalized, and I don't know. I'm getting the feeling this hospitalization may have something to do with last night. Again, I only heard what I heard from you guys last night. But Bobbles, in case you hear this, we are all pulling for you. You have a lot of people that care about you. If we can do anything to help, let us know. Because you do have a lot of people that care about you. You just got a call from my friend's mom. My health, if I were them.
So they're saying this is actually suicide trolling, but they didn't even know what had happened to Bobbles. See, that's what I'm saying. This fucking complete slander against somebody who just wants to fucking try to be positive is sick, and it's pissing me off.
Dan, I got options myself for Dan. Come on, and we'll. Right. Yeah, he has a good channel, Janelle. I've been to. I'm more of a listener than a commenter. But whatever it is, I mean, it could be, the virus for all we know. So,
But they were
Bobbles is
already calling me a
ridiculously
suicide troller.
redundant. Right, Janelle. Stress is it. It certainly is. You're absolutely right. Tina says, I don't know anything, but that would be great. When one goes into the hospital, they don't always give you their phone right away. Me, I'm sure it affects Pamela. She can be quite high strung. But the way it affects me is I tend to just feel badly for any. You did, Fern? The bewitching going on. I think Pam is lurking in the background. Oh, awesome, Amy. She could be. I petted a bull last summer, and someone said I was a little bit. It's 11:51 here. Okay, same here, Munchie. But I think you're doing something else just so they don't talk to you. Oh, your father was good at
Burn Vision saying, well, it might be voodoo dolls because the witch had ones of me, and that is when my life and health fell apart. I never had any voodoo dolls of Vern. I mean, why? What the fuck, man?
Hanging wallpaper. It can be kind of a fun. I'm not really good at any of that stuff, but there are people that enjoy doing it. It can be a fun project. I mean, rewarding. You have earplugs along with my white noise machine. I want to see me to put Ollie's live on, but I don't have Ollie's live. So Christine, if you're out there, awesome Amy, if you can let her know, I don't have that live. I did send her a message though. And to all you guys and gals, you were in cell block 13, Vern. I know I'm gonna go. Yeah, hurry up, Pamela. I sent her a text. She'll be.
Unbelievable, man.
Let me just check the comment that just went by. Don't most of the people hear of misophonia? Oh, that's right, awesome Amy. It's just after lunch where you are. Munchie, I think fun and games are just that fun. My friend yesterday, she went in first to see how many people were crunching. It was empty. And the minute bar, that is hilarious. Tina Elaine, I do too. I keep earplugs in my purse. I have to push myself way out of my comfort zone if I ever think of coming to yes.
Yes, me to jump in. Hello, hi, Munchie. How are you, sweetheart? What's going on? What's going on?
Oh my God, this is what they did.
Listen, I was listening. I'm doing good, Fern. How are you, sweetheart? Listen, I heard all about this. I want to know what's going on. Hi, Tina Marie. Hi, Spartan Dan. Hi, Fur. Oh, you're well. I already said hi to you.
Oh my God.
I already asked how you were, and you're answering. Listen to this. I went on that nutcase's. That wasn't nice of me to say that.
Wow. So the same fucking night that she put that in a community post, all this shit was going on. Wow, man. Talk about suicide trolls. They are, wow.
I'm going to take that back. And it's still posted up there, that live. It's still posted up there. I went there and I listened to her making fun of Bubbles, and I didn't like it. And she was saying, wah, 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 cry, cry. It was terrible. Awfully disgusting. Hey, listen, if you're on here, Annette, that was not nice what you were saying to her.
She was calling her nut through the whole video.
Not nice at all. I'm going to get off of that. I'm going to stop. Yeah, we were having a moment there, but, oh, okay, I'm going to say, Bubbles, this is from me to you, sweetheart. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better, and I hope, let me tell you something about those hospitals. When you go in, well, Pam, there's been an unfortunate situation with, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know all about it, Munchie. It's disgusting. Those two ought to be ashamed of themselves. They should be reported. Terrible. Roasting nuts over the bacon grease.
Hell no. It's from my place, but hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No. This says, well, Pam, there's been an unfortunate situation with Bobbles due to unalive bullies Annette and Tracy, especially with Annette's son taking a bottle of pills and cutting wrists. She knows the pain. That's it. Right there. So this is what was going on the night that Bobbles so-called did that? Seriously? No, then it's fake. It's all fake. There's Vern Vision threatening physical violence, roasting nuts over an open vat of bacon grease.
I'd like to roast her nuts over the bacon grease. Love of God. Especially with Annette's son. This.
No. All lies. She's all fucking lies, in my opinion.
This is all very disturbing, kids. I want to tell you something. When someone is depressed, as everybody can relate to this, when somebody is depressed, it's not a happy situation.
You don't get to pretend, bitch. All those bitches in your room, they don't get to pretend to be concerned about Bobbles. And you're gonna sit there and have that? Fuck you, lady.
Nobody ever knows what somebody's going through. I'm not going to be on long, Crystal. You can get your ear off the door. I mean, I don't want to come right out and say
knows what anybody's
okay?
going through, right?
But
Munchie just said that, and Spartan Dan and Tina Marie say, yes, Munchie, agree with that. Nope, ain't happening.
Basically think those two women bullied this woman into something.
This was a setup.
I don't know for sure. Don't hold me to what I'm saying. I could be completely wrong. Crystal thinks she's got a bug. She caught a bug or something. But I think there's something else going on, kids. Oh, hey, Vern. I didn't see you. I didn't see you come in here. I didn't know you were here. Yeah, they're practicing witchcraft. You know what? I never believed in the Ouija boards.
Vern says, yeah, they're practicing witchcraft without a license and see what happens. Wow, okay.
I never believed it. I always thought they were evil. I don't like this casting spells on people. Hi, Stephanie Dawson, my cousin. How are you, sweetheart? I love you, You know I love you to death, right? I got to sign the community page.
Casting spells?
I saw Crystal signed it. I didn't get to sign it yet. I mean, I wanted to know. I'm thinking about her, too. If Tina Lane can let her know for me. Thanks, Stephanie Dawson. Appreciate it. Wait, singular. Dear wait, okay, I'm lost. Excuse me? Vern, you'd like to hold on to go out for dinner? Because we're more in a public platform here. I don't know. Am I being too? But you want to go out to dinner? I'm very flattered. Okay, sweetheart. Dan.
Spartan Dan is pissed. Oh wow.
I hope I didn't scare you away. I have a habit of doing that. I get all caffeinated up. So listen, I have a tape of somebody saying something very mean. Unfortunately, I don't know how to speed it up. And I was hoping maybe Vern could help me with that. But I wanted to play something, but I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah. How do I play something without getting in trouble? From another channel. Oh, yeah, good night, Dan. I love you, honey. I want to play this for you kids. Oh, I can't slow it down. Oh, it says you can't slow it down? No, I don't know how to do that. What do you I don't have an IT.
So that same night they were trying to blame
I said, what does that mean? He said, well, 50% of people have a cyst. It's a benign. Kind of grossed me out. Why is this frozen? Oh, you can speed it up or slow it down. Fern, I don't know how to do that. I'm not Bill Gates. How do I speed it up?
Oh, she's an idiot.
Oh, I bet you could show me, Fern. That would be very nice of you. Fern, like what your frame of mind. How do I do this? You know all about this stuff too, Mark. Mark, please. I want to play this for you kids. Just play it, Pamela. Am I going to get in trouble? Because I'm telling you right now, I'm going to do that. Okay, here I'm going to play it. Now this is something
She's so ridiculous.
Tape. Don't tell Crystal. Oh, it looks like everybody left. Okay. Well, you know what? So just pause it. Now, you kids, I want you to tell. I taped this. You kids tell me if you think this is appropriate or not. Sorry, Pamela, I didn't mean it for it to sound so forceful. No, you didn't, hon. I love you. You can say anything you want. Oh, your name? Falling deeper in love with you. Okay, I'm just gonna. Is everybody that's here? Now, I just thought this was. I'm just gonna pause it. Okay, I do not own. Here I go. All right, yeah. I hope I can get this right because
She's such an idiot.
I really need Crystal. Okay, now let's see. Yeah, basically, I'm just going to play this because Forrest said play it in a rather aggressive. I will. Okay, so where is it now? Where
Oh
is
my
it now?
God, so pathetic.
Right. You get a copyright.
Wait a minute, kids. Hold on. I love you, kids. Well, when the heck is it going to play? I hope.
So I see a lot of people on social media that start bringing up someone else's personal life. That's
Oh, so they're suicide trolling.
their addresses, their criminal records, their pictures on social media platforms, and it's like stalkers on the internet. It's like I really don't care what people put on social media about me.
Oh, bitch.
I don't care what they do. I mean,
Okay, I paused it. Okay, all right. I'm getting the hang of it. Fern, I need you in my life. I think I need Fern in my life.
because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
Why are you repeating yourself? Why is she repeating herself? It's getting on me.
Strike, I think.
Oh my God.
I was trying to find something short to say instead of your real channel name. I didn't know black meant you're fatty. I didn't know that. I just said it for short. Wasn't meant to make fun of you. I mean, if it bothers you, well, doesn't bother me that you call me a nut nut. I mean, geez, how long you been doing it?
Why do they have a problem with Annette defending herself?
How long you been doing it?
Oh, her grammar's atrocious.
And you recruited other channel creators.
Pause.
To call me the same thing, nut nut. And all of the nuts are all over the DWC community.
Yes, please, Stephanie.
In comment sections, all the nuts trying to break me down. Call me a nut nut. It's suicide trolling. You guys were trying to get me to unalive myself.
Mm-hmm. Listen to Vern, fucking crazy fuck. But still, she is a member of the Apocalypse Horse Persons. Unbelievable.
But I'm strong. I rise above you.
Stephanie Dawson, I just paused it. Tell me when I can unpause on. Can I go again?
So, rise above the...
Why did she start doing that, Nat? Why? Let's see. Seems your friends always insist on us having to do a deep dive.
Here, the person actually incorporated.
Insane. Your friends insist
obviously it's your money. Doesn't matter how much it is. It means a lot to you. You worked hard for that money, and so you want to know that it's going to be looked after.
Your friends insist,
Great.
insist, they insist.
I haven't been in depression. I saw what's her face's live from earlier while I was do a little ranting about things. I figured tomorrow night when we do our live that I would say what happened. No, I haven't been in depression. I saw what's her face's live from earlier while I was getting ready to go out, and she mentioned that I was depressed and I had stuff all over my lips. Like, are you seriously stick to being addicted instead of a catty bitch? Anyway,
I don't know whose live she's talking about.
I've been thinking a lot since I've had these days off, which is good, right? It's actually been really, really healthy for me to not be on. It's let me have a lot of time to think. I haven't gotten to my emails. I just pretty much turned off, to all devices.
I mean, she says this all the time. She's been saying this shit for a long time.
And that dog's bigger than you. But basically just turned and I had my phone on and stuff just in case there was an emergency with the kids or something, or the grandkids, of course. But then I've watched a few lives here and there, just to see, keeping the especially allergic to. Whoopsie, shut the phone. But I'm definitely allergic to dogs and cats, even though I have. So makeup is not a thing. So I've been using the filters, just as a funny thing, but also because my eyes are not keeping makeup on them like I wish they would. So no, it's not because I have things all over my lips. Ugh, this is why I want out of that community. Is
And why didn't she ever leave then? This is a year ago.
because the trauma and the stuff that people come up with, it's like you have your own problems. Like, you have a lot of problems, and you're gonna sit there and assume my problems when you need to take care of your own and stop deflecting your own problems onto every other issue that's not even your problems. It's none of your business. I don't even want to say her name. I really don't. But yet, it's like, get your own life in order and get off of everybody else.
Who's she talking about?
Else's ass. It's really pathetic, and I really don't. I really don't see that changing after you get out of that place either. I really don't. And then someone left a comment today saying, "Well, she's not talking about you anymore. She didn't talk about you her last live." Well, they don't pay attention to you, obviously.
Who's she talking about?
He obviously, the person's obviously not paying attention to you because you have been bringing me up. But I just want to clarify, the Nut Nut person is not me. Nut Nut, I said I wouldn't call you Nut Nut anymore, and I've kept to that. And I wouldn't make a profile called Nut Nut to stalk you because I don't care enough about you. When I said that I want you to keep my name out of your mouth, that was pretty much like, I don't want to talk about you anymore. I don't want to.
Except she went on to make multiple videos after this about that.
Have anything to do with you. Stop making videos about me because it's just making yourself look bad. Just like that other person is making herself look bad because if I'm not around, obviously I'm not talking shit, right? If I'm not around, I'm not talking shit. So it just makes yourself look bad. I just don't understand it really. But these people need to get their own personal lives straight, and before they can sit there and dog on everybody else. It's just ridiculous. Anyways, I'll talk about what happened tomorrow night on the live. I also want to do where what I was going to do last Thursday night, where I get to know my viewers more, get to ask my viewers questions, not like horrible questions or anything like that, just basic questions that any therapist would ask.
So she's gonna talk about it tomorrow night. I mean, so I don't get it. Does she want people to stop talking about it, or is she gonna talk about it?
I just ask therapist questions, type questions. That would be kind of funny. Anyway, it's been a rough couple of days, though. Once you guys hear what happened, I don't know if you guys will be like, "Oh, you should have been able to solve that with no problem," or you might be like, "Good God."
I'm gonna tell you guys the title of this video in a little bit, and then anything she's saying there is just totally blown out of line.
That definitely sucks to have to go through that. Just remember that everything that happens to someone that, can't physically do things like normal people anymore, that's in chronic pain, just remember that that everything is like a million times harder. So when I tell you what happens, and it was actually an expensive something that happened too, just understand that things aren't so easy for me to physically do. Look at these dogs, good Lord. Run that crap out. Run it out. Run that out of your system. Grandma, run. Hey, at least they're staying in the grass this time. For now. For now. Monday afternoon, but Mr. Bubbles is on day shift again this week.
Even though you go screaming at
Poor
other
thing.
people, get a job.
He goes from like day shift to night shift to day shift to night shift. Oh no, she's taking him away, but he's playing so good. How could you? How could you? And a cracker, he was saying to his dog, now this is a bitch. Now this is a bitch.
I thought your dog's
This
name
is a
wasn't
bitch.
Cracker.
Where he took his dog and he says that he was making fun of Cracker. He was saying to his dog,
I thought your dog's name wasn't Cracker. Racist.
now this is a bitch. Now this is a bitch. This is what a bitch is. Talking about his dog. Basically saying a dog is not your pal. A dog is not your friend. A dog is there to protect you. And then the dog, like he tried to get the dog to behave itself at the gas station after he left it outside, like chained up. And the dog didn't behave itself. I'm sorry, but Cracker, sorry, I keep saying that. I'm so used to it. Gremlin,
Yeah.
he would
Say, liar.
actually protect us. He has that protection, like that protection thing about, especially like he gets in front of me, like hugs. So he's very loving. He's protective. Is our doggy. He is our fur baby. Still, when we told him to sit, he would have sat still. He would have been, and he just seems like the typical pit bull owner. I don't agree with. And
No sane person would agree with.
No sane person would agree with, and that is definitely. Well, we lost a doggy, we gained a doggy, but no sane person would agree with that. And from his live the other night, that's exactly what I get from that. To make fun of somebody else's dog, I mean, come on, how low can you go? This is
I don't know. You do it. You do.
another reason why I shouldn't be watching that guy either. Another reason why I shouldn't be. Oh, here comes more big doggies. But that's another reason I should not be watching him. I shouldn't be watching that woman that's supposed to be going into, what's today's date, the 15th? The woman that was supposed to be going on the 1st.
Wow, tracking everybody's move.
The crazy lady that thinks I'm stalking her because somebody made another name on my butt. This is why I had to take a break. Not depression, but it just gets too fucking, way too much. Way too much. New doggies coming in. Hey, pretty. You got.
Then why do you keep it going?
The doggy behind you, sniffing you. Grim the ambassador over there.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming in? What's coming in? We got a German Shepherd. Hey, I have the welcoming committee. Oh, they look like they're all going to get along too. Thank God. I zoom in to get them all, and then they take off running. And I zoom. That was the movie option. We got the movie going on tonight. I didn't want to let everybody down for that. I feel like I let everybody down not coming on to, Thursday and Saturday. I actually sat, like when we went to go get do laundry on Sunday, my husband was like,
maybe you shouldn't have kept saying you don't play fair and all the fighting and stuff. Maybe you shouldn't have done all that.
are you not on YouTube watching stuff? Give her a bag. They're out. They're out of bags. We have some. Itty. Make you the ambassador of the bags today. Ambassador of the poopy bags. Oh, no humping. Don't like the humping. We had one dog at the park when was it? When was it that we went? Friday? Well, the owner took it off this one dog and it kept humping. More out Grim. You know what? This is a sign. God's telling me, the universe is telling me, give this up. Oh my God, it's like a gangbang over there. But, like God's telling me to take some fucking time off. And so I went and I hearted the comments, and I really, really thank you guys for all the well wishes and agreeing that everyone needs to take time off sometimes. And anyway, after I get done doing the hearts, he's like, "Are you gonna watch any?" And I'm like, "Nope, I'm just gonna sit here and I'm gonna watch the laundry go round and round." Because we sit down and watch you can see through the windows, just not do any thinking, just sit here, and it was just so nice, the tip.
Is it hot? Is it cold? What's the What is the internet's favorite razor?
Half the people that are saying mean things don't even have their pictures. Up on here, they hide behind their avatars. They hide behind their computer screens. They hide completely, and you are putting yourself out into the public eye, which means when you're in the public eye, anybody can say whatever they want about you,
No,
whether
it doesn't.
it's true or false or what. They can say whatever they want. You put yourself in the public eye, so therefore, people are going to talk about you, and you're just going to have to accept it. Most of the things that people say, that are hurtful, if they're not true, they really shouldn't hurt you.
What a stupid thing to say.
You shouldn't have to go on a campaign trying to prove that you're not those things that people say. There's a lot of people that come to me and say that they're thinking about starting a channel, whether it's pre-recorded stuff or lives, yada yada yada. But they always worry about how people are going to take them, how they're going to come across to people. How much judgment are they going to have? Even if their videos are about puppy dogs and kittens and butterflies. I would suggest before.
Let's see.
You start a YouTube channel, whether, like I said, pre-records or you do lives by yourself or with a panel of people, I would suggest that you tell yourself over and over and over again that no matter what someone says about me that's negative, I'm not going to take it to heart. A lot of people, they get on here, they do their channel. Drama starts with a lot of them. I've had my share of drama, and people can be very mean, and you just have to sit back and look at the fact that half the people that are saying mean things don't even have their pictures.
When they do, you make fun of them anyway.
Up on here, they hide behind their avatars. They hide behind their computer screens. They hide completely, and you are putting yourself out into the public eye, which means when you're in the public eye, anybody can say whatever they want about you, whether it's true or false or what. They can say whatever they want. You put yourself in the public eye, so therefore, people are going to talk about you, and you're just going to have to accept it. Most of the things that people say,
everybody remember this,
that are hurtful, if they're not true, they really shouldn't hurt you. You shouldn't have to go on a campaign trying to prove that you're not those things that people say you are. I tell people, think about if you go out in a crowd of people, 100 people, and you sit in one place and you just people watch those 100 people.
No, she isn't. This is back when she was fresh and new. How the mighty fall.
Like 95 of those people are going to be thinking, what is everyone thinking of me? How do I look? How are they judging me? Do I look okay? Do this and that. So half of them aren't even half of, or 95 of them aren't even thinking about what you look like. They're too.
Why is she so sure she knows everybody?
Scared of what other people think they look like. So therefore, when people are being mean, just think about that everybody has their own insecurities. Usually the people that are mean are the ones that are most hidden. I don't know why they don't want to show their faces when they go ahead and put somebody down. Maybe because they know that they're in the wrong and they shouldn't be just doing that for
you spent a good long time putting people down
for no reason. But YouTube is a public forum. You start a channel and you really just gotta overlook the negative things that people think about you. I tried to look and see if there was anything I could find on this subject before I started my channel a couple months ago, and I couldn't see anything that was relating to to someone saying, hey, before you start your channel, no matter what it is, you need to go ahead and expect to be hated by everybody. Just go ahead.
That's how you feel. That's how you feel.
I didn't expect to be hated by everybody, because it's a nice surprise when you're not. When you have the love from people, when people are like, yeah, you're great, or I love your content, or you're so funny, or so on and so on. If you're already coming in thinking, okay, I need to put a wall up to my haters and take my wall down from people.
That's what you do.
That love me. But that's the biggest thing I would think about starting a YouTube channel. Just expect to have every single walk of life, be on your channel, talk to you, leave comments to you. And every single walk of life out there, there's a bunch of idiots that can be
Everybody really wasn't that mean till you came around.
mean, and just don't take it to heart. You really can't. If these people are getting up every day and the first thing they think about is, who am I gonna try to hurt today? Who am I gonna troll around and try to be mean to you on the internet today? That person that put you down that's like that should never be able to get to you or make you feel
Maybe they shouldn't be on YouTube.
depressed or make you feel, like insecure or anything. Those type of people, those should never be able to make you feel lower than what they actually are. I'd love to say that there's no drama on YouTube. I'd love to say that, everybody
You came in and made a lot of it.
is so nice and loving and cheering, and for the most part they are. But if you're a very insecure person, you're going to have to somehow get a thick skin to run a channel.
Epidemic Sound provides you with restriction-free music and sound effects that you can use across all of your content without having to worry.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm sure even the people that make puppy dogs and kittens and butterfly videos get their share of like buttholes out there.
You being one of them.
So definitely, before you start, just sit back and think, how much can you take? If you're a very insecure person, it might even come across and it might make the trolls even worse to come after you. With the insecure people, you're gonna have to somehow find a way to have thick skin. Unfortunately, just expect it. That's gonna happen. And maybe if you expect it, maybe it makes it a little bit easier. But I don't want anybody coming on here thinking that bad stuff and things aren't going to be done and said to you, because that's
because of people like you.
So I put the another doggy park rant coming at ya. Hey, pretty.
Net. She'd talk about cakes, remember?
What do you call? Is that their proper name? Coon dog? The coon dog has a bark.
Love to hear
it. It's called baying. I triggered a net, and I triggered a nitty, and nitty got shitty because I said he had an itty bitty. I triggered a nitty because I said he had an itty bitty, and that motherfucker got mad.
Looks like she'd be going around trying to trigger people.
He got mad as hell. And he made fun of this dog park. How the hell do you make fun of a dog park? Except for right now, they're like out of doggy bags, the poopy bags that we all rely on out here.
women that were here earlier gave us one.
Okay. We got lucky and we got one from somebody else. We didn't bring ours because they always have them packed here, but they're out today. Yeah. Then he said, how can you make fun of this park? I mean, come on. Then he said that it's got a bunch of mutts in it. Earlier there was like a full-blooded corgi. There's what do you call that out there? That one's a Labrador Retriever. Then you've got Neil, the coon.
And then we got a gremlin.
I mean, gremlin's a mutt, but not all the ones out here that come out here are mutts. But I mean, look at this park. I mean, come on. The thing is huge. There's a bunch of kids over there at the skate park. But how can you make fun of this place? I mean, Nitty, just because you use an abandoned apartment as your doggy park doesn't mean that you have to make fun of this huge area for the dogs and call them all mutts. I mean, I had to stop it because I got them on camera a little bit too much. Than just a Halloween video. And you were not nice to me about, you know, in that video. You have made a lot, and I don't ever talk about you. That's the thing. I talked about you a couple of times. It was a few months ago. You were on my last damn nerve, and I don't want to talk about you because I don't care enough about you. That's the thing. And if you're gonna, then just a Halloween video, and you were not nice to me about. You were, you know, at least say my channel name. You know, you and Nitty, seriously, channel name, you know, if you're gonna sit there, I mean, Nitty, the whole reason of going off on you is because you won't shut your fucking mouth about me. Shut up, Nitty, itty bitty Nitty, shut the fuck up. You know, you're that you bred 17 times and your women's are prostitutes. It's like, how good of condition could your dick be in? And yes, a married woman can say that. And why would you ever think that I would want to be with you, Nitty? Like, you're not my type. You're not my type, Nitty.
Okay, so let's see what this one is.
SGU has been a great experience. In hindsight, I'm like, I wish I did this earlier.
Drop the link if anybody wants to come up. Luna, if you want to come up, because hold on, I just pushed the wrong button. Because I know what I'm doing. Was mad about believing that Sharon said peasant, called her people peasants, right?
Go figure. Hug Million was
leading the charge.
So a million, a bunch of people got Sharon to kick her off. Wow. Well, Luna girl's welcome over here. She's welcome over here. Hey, Luna. Hi. Hey, beautiful. Please talk about SG because she is up your ass for no reason whatsoever except for that you and Jules are friends. That's it.
Yes, because she originally believed that I was Jules and that somehow I was running around.
Yeah, okay, Luna.
Being Jules and getting people to hate on her. She doesn't realize that she is the reason why I even looked for Jules. Like, I would just listen to this lady talk about Jules nonstop. So I thought, God, this Jules lady is a horrible person. And I asked her, what did Jules do to you that you're so mad? She sent me to go look at all of Jules' videos, and I would find the answer there. I did. I didn't find a single video where Jules was talking about her. Yeah. And so I was like, is this lady just making things up or what? But she's crazy. But
she's nuts.
No, this is like, and I know she's gonna watch, and this is like the only time I'm ever gonna like even talk about her like here.
She
like,
watches.
Okay, SG, I don't even know your real name, so therefore I'm I don't even know who your daughter is, who your sister, mom, or whoever the heck your family members are. Nor am I gonna take the time to go look for them. She spent 2 days making comments and videos about me and Jules. All because, and I don't even know why she's so upset again. She had already like made up with her and something. Anywho, and then that particular person commented on your comments saying, what should I get Maddie and Sharon for Christmas? And I
my daughter's clone
replied, a trip to rehab. And then someone went in there saying that that was her daughter for me to delete it.
But she already made a video about you.
Exactly. I was being petty when I said, why should I delete it? Like, she just made a whole video of me calling me the C word.
Because I thought kids were off limits.
Like, why am I going to do her a
Hey,
favor?
Christine F.
And
you
then,
why would you?
Exactly. And then I went on her live, and she was saying that she was going to kill myself, Jules.
No, I didn't say that. I was talking about the back chatter.
You, Diana, and some other name I can't recall. And she was like saying she was going to enjoy it, all the blood coming.
It was the back chatter.
Out of our necks, and it was freaky. And then it was like 1 a.m. my time.
And you were telling me I was saying all that stuff about my own kid.
Okay, so I can only, and I'm like 3 hours behind you.
Yeah.
So I know for sure. And I never delete your comments. Like, those are not my comments to delete.
Yeah, my mods don't delete my comments.
Yeah,
she knows
about my kid. Doxing my kid.
this. I mean, everybody knows that I like to see what my comments are.
Exactly.
My mods know not to delete my comments.
She thinks that everyone is out to get her. And no, the problem is not, and the problem is not her cancer. The problem is her attitude. Like, this is probably the only thing I agree with Sharon is that I don't believe Sharon was making fun of her having cancer. No. She was making fun of the fact that she has such a nasty attitude. And she thinks everyone else is wrong.
She does.
She needs to like look at herself and just say, my attitude is the problem. But she's incapable of doing that. And she
told everybody to report my GoFundMe.
And she, she's talking about starting a new channel, that this and that, and that. It ain't gonna help if she doesn't change her attitude at all.
That's why she can't. She's been on here for so long, and she can't ever get over 700 subs because I tried to promote her. I tried to get people to go over there and listen to her, and
wow.
She'll be okay. She'll be nice. She'll be sweet, and then she just snaps, and she just.
And Oh Canada says, that is so twisted. But today her live was like kumbaya, hold hands, and love everyone. Yikes. What the fuck? That don't even make sense. Chemist Chaz says, she's a liability, 100%. What the fuck?
Goes off the handle. I don't know if she just drinks too much, and then she'll go on like, oh, you motherfuckers, and fuck you, Jules, and fuck you, Bobbles, and fuck you, this person, and you're vile, and how could you do this? And
Wow.
You're going to hell, and I'm going to kill you, and you're a
Always wanting
whore.
people to swear on their kids.
Yeah, yeah. And it's do for her. You're always it's always about
But they wouldn't remove the clone of my kid over a year ago.
her. And she's very, very, very hard to deal with. It's very hard to be her friend.
And not only that, but she goes on these rants and then she deletes them and she pretends like she never said them. So when somebody reminds her that she did say them, she'll be like, "You're a liar." Like,
Ollie can delete everything she puts up. So can
I had said something. She did talk about Sharon's mom. She said that she wished that nobody would
No, I didn't.
clean her diaper, that they would just let her rot
That's a lie. What a fucking lie, Luna.
in her bed. And when she had that situation with Angie, she did say for Angie's kids to get cancer.
No,
She
I
told
did not.
everybody that she wishes they get cancer.
What a fucking lie.
So why are her kids off limits? Why weren't Angie's kids off limits?
I didn't say anything to Angie's kids. What I said was, why is Angie saying I'm terminal? What if my daughter was watching that? Would she like it if her kids were watching something and something said they were terminal? That's what I said.
When she said it. And she did say the name of your son.
Yeah,
like,
she did. She did.
She's crazy. She's
denying it now.
Yeah, she's and like,
oh my God.
No, just because you deleted it doesn't mean you never said it.
Yeah, okay, whatever you say.
There's a reason why she never gets more than like 10 viewers. It's disturbing to listen to her when she's
This was suicide trolling.
Like that.
What is she talking about with the sacks of shit? You know what I'm talking about? She said somebody said that she
Hoard sacks of her own shit in the house.
Yeah. Where did that come from? I didn't see
think
that
it
in the
came from
comments.
Sharon. I think Sharon said something to do
No, Munchie.
with that and her putting like peanut butter in her lady parts for her dogs or something like that. Sharon was the one that said some really nasty things about it, and I think that's what she came. Yeah.
Gross. Yeah, okay, now her having cancer is no excuse for her behavior.
This has gone on with these motherfuckers.
It does not exempt her, and that's why I said what I said about just because she's the only person with cancer I would not stand up for her. And I hate to be that mean about it, but that's the truth, because because she had
It's gone on and on, harassing my kid, everything.
Cancer does not excuse her behavior. She's a person that you cannot. Hey, Jen.
My behavior, I wasn't doing anything. You just heard that other lady say it was all kumbaya and love everyone.
She's a person that you just can't. You just can't stand up for her. She has let me down so many times. I have stood up for her. I even included.
I don't want her standing up for me. I don't need truces. I just want to stay in my lane. I'm just in my lane.
The truce between Ollie. She was bugging me the night that I had my friend Josh.
I don't want a truce between Ollie. I don't want to fight with people. I don't need truces to not fight.
Sit there and try to, do the truce with Ollie while I was busy. She's blowing up my phone. I'm including SG in it. She's always threatening me. Take those comments down. I'm like, what comments? I don't even see
nasty comments talking about cancer all in your chat.
Those comments from 2 weeks ago. I'm like, I don't even see the damn comments. You better take them fucking
You
things
saw
down.
them when they were all hearted, bitch.
I'm like, where's please and thank you? Where's common courtesy? You have no common courtesy. You don't.
Yeah. Shouldn't even be having to tell you that. Shouldn't have to say please. People are supposed to just know right from wrong.
What please and thank you mean? It's always threats, and if I don't do what you say, you're gonna do this.
That's you.
This and this. Why don't you try being somebody nicer?
Why don't you just try knowing right from wrong?
And I did tell her, she wanted to, she does look so pretty, doesn't she, Danielle? Everyone's giving you compliments, Luna.
Oh, thank you.
But I did tell her I made a mistake. I did tell her, she wanted to grow her channel, and I said, if people are
I don't know who the fuck she thinks she's talking about. Why the fuck would I ask her?
because I always told her, try to ignore people. Try to, try to just ignore them, take a break off of YouTube. If you can't handle it, just do this. That never worked. It wasn't working for her. So I said, then be a bitch. Be a bitch to all these people that are picking on you. Just be a bitch. But I didn't say be a fucking monster.
I'm not really reliving it. I mean, I shouldn't have closed that other thing I had open. So you guys want to talk about that Uber Eats guy? Solve a crime? All right, so here's my questions. If somebody is on parole, right? Why would they get to leave the state? I feel like the father had money. He was a bishop. Hi, Mo. I don't know if Bob was home. So, okay. So, an adult male victim who was working as a delivery driver for Uber Eats on April 19th arrived at Solis's, Oscar Adrian Solis, Moog Road home in Holiday, Florida, just before 7 p.m. Now, imagine if you were a Uber Eats driver, you wouldn't even be thinking anything of just before 7 p.m. That's not even too late. You know what I'm saying? Just had talked to his wife to drop off food ordered by his father. His father ordered it for the son. Oh my God. Then he attempted to rob the victim and ultimately killed him. No other individuals were at the home at the time of the murder, and they did not know each other. Friday, that was on April 19th, okay? Friday, April 21st, just after noon. Initially, no cause of death or identification of the body could be determined. Then the cause and identification were determined over the weekend. They say he pulled the victim into his home. That was captured on the home surveillance. Oh my God. He had a long criminal history in Indiana and was just released in January 2023, following a 4-year sentence for assault and burglary. He had no criminal history in Florida. Okay, wait a minute. I thought he was a felon. So wouldn't your criminal history basically follow you to every state if you committed something that would, I mean, like, come on, man. That's some bullshit right there, in my opinion. Ain't that some bullshit? Okay. Come on, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think everything's a lost cause? What's your opinion? It says you're talking about a violent individual that Indiana released and sent down to Florida. Okay, so that's what I'm not understanding. Can they make sense of that for me? Like immediately? Without it just disappearing from the public's eye? Like without them not having the answer for that immediately? Why don't they not have to make sense of that immediately? Immediately. Why is that statement? He's a 315-pound, 6'4", tattoos all over his face, MS-13, tattooed on his forehead. Tell me if that statement right there, that statement is not going. It says, official said Solis moved to Florida to live near his father. He moved out of the home once Solis arrived after he was paroled. That doesn't even make sense. Come on, man. Was he supposed to be in the home under his fucking supervision? What the fuck? A felony? Isn't a felony like statewide? I mean, come on. I don't know. But here I am just talking about things that. Hey, Amy, are you still here? Because I switched over from listening to that, started talking about this. Thought maybe it might be another topic. What do you think about that? You know what, though? How can anybody come together for causes, bigger causes, when other channels will start calling them flip-floppers and this and that? You know? I'll stay happy.
It was roller yuck.
So don't let it hurt your feelings that someone's calling you a name. You're not the one with the problem. Don't blame yourself for what somebody else is doing to you. Telling her, we're making her unalive herself. Why? What do we do to you? That's all I see is what you did to us, and that's it. I don't see anything that we did to you.
That's true. Good night, Amy.
Have to call you out on what you did to us.
Why doesn't this person ever use the word I? Why does she always use us?
Exposed the bully. And if that's going to make you unalive yourself because we exposed you, well, sorry, truth hurts, doesn't it? The truth hurts to a narcissist. It really does. You got caught. You were exposed. And now you're crying about it. Wah, too sad. You did it to yourself. Nobody did it to you. So, that's just the way I look at it.
Well, glad I got this on tape. Okay, we'll unpause it. It's not long, kids.
Kinds of horrible names because of your special needs. Believe me, I'm used to it in a hurry and learn to ignore it. Yep, I learned to ignore it too, Diane. You know, I get called all kinds of names. I learned to let it just go over my head. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you do. Put my deceased relatives out there. Call my whole family. Do what you got to do. You think I care? You think I care? Trying to break me down? You think I care?
So I see Amy goes, she doesn't ignore it because she retaliates. So you do understand then, I see Amy, that you're admitting that there's something to retaliate for her.
I feel like unaliving myself, but I'm stronger than that. And you know what? I don't cry. I'm not a baby. Wham wham.
I see Amy. Oh, I would love to do commentary on this.
Okay, Neil, I have to say something. First of all, committing suicide or attempting suicide is not it's not a weakness or a sign of weakness. So she's out of her mind. And secondly, when someone is not feeling well, to say wah wah wah.
Yes, it is a sign of weakness. It occurs during a weak moment. It doesn't mean the person is weak. It doesn't mean the person is weak. It means probably people around them have let them down. In my opinion, people around them have let them down. If Babos really did do that, and none of her friends called to check on her or well-being check or anything, it took till her husband got home in the morning, then I would say it's because her friends let her down. Okay? It's because there's no way in hell I am going to believe that the people who are partaking in this, the people who are leaving 88 comments, 64 comment, all that stuff, okay? Those people who make sure that this kind of behavior gets in the algorithm. They make sure it gets in the algorithms and gets, suggested more nasty behavior with their sock accounts and everything else. It's such a concerted effort. I understand that, Matt. You know, the point is that I don't like the message that they're giving when they're saying it's not weak. They're not elaborating enough on the fact that, oh yeah, you know, sometimes some people in a certain mindset might say, I wish I had this, wish I was strong enough to do this, right? In actuality, it's a good thing when somebody isn't. But usually it's the people and the circumstances around them that these people here are pretending don't matter. They're pretending their behavior is normal, and it isn't. Their behavior is not normal. Whether it's them or somebody who we never had any interaction with. The fact that people have to be, you know, protecting themselves against somebody who uses taking their meds as their weapon. I don't know anything about that. It's not fair for her to be fully aware of what she's capable of and bragging that she doesn't fight fair when I was truly hand to God on everything I love, just making my officer involved shooting videos, and then was gonna just do cancer vlogs. I didn't have much, but it wasn't like, I mean, hand to God. I'm not saying I'm innocent in life or I'm innocent of never saying anything nasty to them after this. I mean, I'm only human. But this is clearly behavior that's trying to put evil more into the popularity of just a machine that figures out algorithms. They'll make certain to put 30 thumbs up to a negative comment in somebody's comment section. This is such an effort that, as aware people in our generation, I do think we're all like the same age group. We need to hang on to what we've known. I mean, for me, I don't think they ever should have changed fucking the VCR. I don't think they should have changed the TV from being those channels and then going off at a certain time or going in the street. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like the way things have advanced. I'm not saying that they're not miraculous and they couldn't do good things. But as we are getting older and dying out and like being referred like as if we're just like crocodiles or not even like just whatevs, I'm not prepared to do that though. I'm not okay with it. I'm not willing to just say, oh, well, that's the way it is. I want to see a better life for everybody. And I hope everybody's like, you know, with me on that. Don't make me a bad guy.
It's
They say the blab. So
Like, when do you ever hear me use the word triggered? You don't. But they do. Triggered. Why would I want to trigger somebody? I never even thought like about trying to trigger somebody. Why would I want to? Hi, Secret Society.
You're right, hidden blessings. It was a giant sized thing that looked like a gigantic booger.
Oh.
Or a blob thing.
Oh.
See? And Mark Kessler says she has no mind. Now, Mark, I'll be for real with you. Don't you have some struggles yourself? You've been around a while. Why do you go along with sheep? Are you like a real person? I mean, are you really that way? Because that's so fucked up. I mean, seriously. That's fucked up. If I was the type of person to have, like screenshot every single thing you've ever said, all your interaction on YouTube, you went through some pretty fucking hard times. And people have been kind to you. And then you go and you be so mean. It puts people in such a position because, man, it's so messed up.
Oh, let me tell you something. Number one, I don't like that term. Okay? I don't like that term at all. She is vulgar.
What term? Booger? Shut the fuck up, Crystal, you fucking dummy. Stephanie Dawson, I expect more from an adult woman. While she's sitting there listening to a woman pretend to be another person, faking her voice, the way she talks, and she expects more from an adult woman.
Now she's going to talk about for an adult woman, but I don't know.
What? On your channel? I mean, zooming up to my son's boob and saying he needs a bra? It's like, you can do stuff like that, but with
Wow, Spartan Dan. These are some nasty ass people. Nasty ass people right here. They just don't even. I just don't even.
when somebody laughs about a booger in your nose, you gotta raise a hissy fit. Well, you're gonna reap what you sow. That's it.
Exactly, Amy. Exactly.
I can't accept that. So yeah, me too, Diane. I always took people at face value. I always respected people no matter
I
what.
see Amy, man. What is your problem?
But as I got older, I was like, no, if someone's gonna do wrong, I can't accept that. So yeah, it's a big blob.
She's not even doing anything. Like the videos that oh my god.
That's what blob is, yeah.
Plus, isn't that a nice thing to say about someone? Isn't that a nice thing to say about someone? Blobs is a big ball of SNOT. Isn't that a nice thing to say?
Well, let's take a vote. What's a nicer thing to say? Oops, my bad. Yeah, these people think that if they keep talking, and they will, and they keep, clicking all their comments with the thumbs up and stuff, and they will, that it will keep, being what pops up in people's feed. That's what they see first about us. And in my opinion, just because what I've seen on like 60 Minutes, didn't we all see that on 60 Minutes? About the AI? That instead of like, trying to teach it a certain way, they're just going to have it mimic what it hears on the internet. So if people are mean, then they'll imitate mean, they'll be mean. That's probably secular.
Live. Hey, cover girls. New, clean, fresh. Yummy gloss. A deliciously clean, glassy shine from CoverGirl.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and no children of any ages. Anyway,
Just doing a little review. It's just a little deep dive. That's all it is. It's nothing really. I mean, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Maybe it's some unplugged or something. I think because it went off. That's what it is. No, but we're gonna get to the bottom of all this shit. Because basically, I don't like being called, like, every name in the book. I don't like our children being harassed. I don't like our deceased loved ones being harassed and invited to live streams. Hello, French. I think you're secular now. In my opinion. I got a lot of buffering going on. Might be. Getting my nerves. Not lying. Not for this, I'm just not. And try reconnecting it. Every time that news feed pops up, it's always so fucking just like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's like a horror story. Honestly, horror story. Yeesh. Have a nice day, Nat. I'll probably end this anyway because it's fucking buffering. Maybe the weather. When you're tiny, let's look at the news. Nothing comes up. No news today. Oh well, screw it. I think you get disconnected. Usually pops right up, like. It's weird. Have a great day. Thanks for hanging out with me. Peace out and tacos. United we stand, divided we fall.